May 30th, May 2021, 4 years. And it focuses on the following: statutory events, which are 14th General Conference 2017, 20th Quadrennial 2019, meeting of the board, African Universities Week celebration, followed by the programs and activities, programs and funding sources, workshops, midterm review of programs, the AAU strategic plan, and secretariat issues, focusing on new initiative from the secretariat, staff issues. Finally, we'll get to membership issues and concluding remarks. Next, please. As statutory events, we have the 14th General Conference 2017, 20th Quadrennial 2019, the meeting of the board, annual celebration of African Universities Days. Next, please. The 14th General Conference of 2017 was held in Accra, Ghana, from 4th to 8th June 2017, and the theme was AAU at 50, Achievements, Challenges, and Prospects for Sustainable Development in Africa. 5 sub-themes. Sub-theme 1, strengthening higher education institution delivery capacity in Africa. Sub-theme 2, promoting knowledge generation and management. Sub-theme 3, promoting the socio-economic relevance of the African University. Sub-theme 4, networking, strategic alliances, and funding issues. Sub-theme 5, special issues and emerging opportunities. Next. The General Conference marked the 50th anniversary of AAU from 1967 to 2017. The opening ceremony, graced by the President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo. Other dignitaries include ambassadors and higher
Prof, can you unmute?
Okay. So the General Conference marked
Prof, can you unmute something?
Again,
yes.
I don't know why. I am mute and okay. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I was saying that the General Conference marks the 50th anniversary of AAU, 1967 to 2017. And the opening ceremony by the President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, and other dignitaries, including ambassadors and higher commissioners of various countries accredited to Ghana, Minister of Education, Ghana, Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, the Gambia, Minister for Higher Education and Scientific Research, Sudan, representative of development partners like African Union Commission, ISA, etc. During the business session, next please. 11 new applicants were accepted as full members of AAU. Amendment to AAU's constitution and bylaws. One major point, Portuguese was added as 4th medium of communication. Membership of the association contingent upon payment of first annual subscription and a certificate of membership issued. In exceptional circumstances, where a quorum of 2/3 of board members cannot be physically present, a member can join meetings through ICT-mediated technology. Next. The election of new governing board 2017-2021, the current board, the list is available for full and alternate board members for the period 2017-2021. Also, the final conference report and selected papers published in English and French are also available on our website. So next, please. This is the list of board members. Next. Next, please. Next. Okay. At this meeting, AAU was challenged to work on a central repository for the higher education community in Africa to showcase higher education contributions to the development of Africa. AAU and universities to engage more with the private sector, governments, and development agencies, including appointing reps of these external bodies on higher education advisory boards. Africa's higher education institution urged place emphasis on youth development, inclusive and equitable education, good governance, and accountability in education management. The launch of the higher education cluster, adding impetus to AAU's work to achieve CISA 2016-2025, was commended, and all stakeholders urged to participate in the promotion of both the cluster and the strategy. Next. The 20th Quadrennial held in 2019 in Cairo, Egypt. This activity was organized in collaboration with the Arab Republic of Egypt and Al-Azhar University in Cairo from 8 to 11 July 2019. The theme was role of higher education institutions in promoting the continental education strategy, CISA 1625. We had 7 sub-teams for this Quadrennial. The opening ceremony attracted over 1,400 persons. 33 papers presented on the themes, conference report, scientific papers, and communique. All are published and disseminated, and documents are available on online, AAU online website, please. Next, please. Next. Next. The meetings of the governing boards. The governing board held 2 regular board meetings in Accra from 5th to 6th June 2018, and Cairo from 4th to 5th July 2019, and also 2 virtual board meetings, 1st to 2nd July 2020 and 28th June 2021. Next, please. Virtual executive committee meetings were also held. 4 virtual executive committee meetings, 20th April 2018, 16th May 2019, 11th June 2020, and recently 2nd of June 2021. Next, please. The key issues raised from this meeting, Accra meeting in 2018. This meeting reviewed the program and the report of the AAU under its 2016-2020 strategic plan, approved the admission of 8 new members, 5 full and 3 associate, conditionally admitted by the Executive Committee in January 2018. Approved the theme and sub-theme of Quadrennial 2019, as well as host institution. The meeting also framed up Quadrennial's programs and activities, endorsed the dissemination of a questionnaire to VCs, institutional desk officers, other key stakeholders for input to AAU 2021-2020 strategic plan. And we proceed by down to top approach. The board also accepted Al-Azhar University offer to host the next governing board meeting on 1st and 2nd July 2020. Agreed on call for host of AAU 2021 General Conference, preferably in North Africa, admitted 10 institutions to full membership and 6 as associate membership. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, we have to proceed online. Next, please. Okay. The virtual meeting of the board from 1st to 2nd July 2020 last year. This meeting updated on inauguration of the AAU North America office on October 1st, 2019. Updated on AAU capacity building workshop were held in 11 countries prior to outbreak of COVID-19. Updated on AAU's response to COVID-19 by mapping out universities' urgent needs, partnering with key institutions to support African universities, advocacy and communication to government to support higher education institutions. I will have to make a presentation on all these issues, webinars and online training on topical issues, and 4, conditionally admitted 20 institutions to full membership and 9 as associates. Next. Virtual 28th June 2021 meeting. The board firmed up General Conference 15 program and activities, decided to call for an extraordinary General Conference for the election of the new board, decided to extend the term to August 2021 to enable complete the process of election of a new Secretary General, admitted 13 institutions to full membership and 8 as associates, endorsed diaspora as the 6th region of AAU, amendment of the Constitution and bylaw to reflect it accordingly. African Universities Day celebration. Since 2017, African Union Day extended to cover a week-long activities, climaxing the event on 12th November each year. The themes are, in 2017, AAU at 50, Achievement, Challenges, and Prosper for Sustainable Development in Africa. Celebration was done all over the continent. Stellenbosch University launched its Africa Center for Scholarship as part of Africa University Day celebrations. 2018, the theme was the Africa we want, the role of young people. A high-level delegation consisting of 9 vice chancellors and 7 other senior staff from various universities in Sudan participated in the week's celebration in Accra, Ghana. 2019, towards a peaceful Africa through quality higher education was the theme of the activity. Also celebrated all over the continent, and AAU regional offices were highly involved in event promotion with various activities. Program to commemorate the celebrations. 2020, digital transformation in African higher and tertiary education. Quite different because it was one continental virtual week-long event instead of various physical events in the different African universities. Created several e-platforms for stakeholders to discuss the theme and others such as partnership opportunities and entrepreneurship, gender and climate change, etc. Now, what about programs and activities? The first program is for Development Impact Project, which is a 5-year project began in 2018 on a use $350 million dollars. World Bank and French Development Agency are the funder. And this project is to facilitate improvement of the quality of postgraduate education. AAU facilitates 53 ACs in 11 countries: Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, and Togo. The World Bank has scheduled a performance review of AAU as a regional facilitator unit in June 2021, that is already done. A midterm review of AC impacts is slated for November 2021. Upon all 11 participating countries being declared effective, funds disperses to all, except Nigeria, awaiting approval from its National Assembly. A total of 53 annual work plans approved by April 2021. The regional facilitating unit successfully coordinated 44 missions across 10 of the project participating countries, except the Gambia. Its graduate transfer study is also in progress. The second project is Aqua Phase 2. Aqua is an European Commission funded project which began in 2019 and to end in 2022. It aims to...
Next slide. AG, go ahead, sir.
Yes. Okay, it aims to improve the quality and harmonization of African higher education and support students' mobility and employability across Africa. Project developed an online tutorial for the HURM survey and developed the CISA Higher Education in Focus online event series. COVID-19 made virtual events more cost-effective. Most of the time we consider that COVID-19 is a threat, but most of the time also it brings more cost-effective activities. A 3 years Science Granting Council Initiative, SGCI, is a 3 years, 2020 to 2023 collaboration with African Academy of Science, and it is funded by IDRC for $840,000. It aims to fortify capacity of SGCs in the research, management, and development of online grant management system. Good finance grant practice, webinars organized, consultants recruited for various tasks. The Uganda National Council for Science and Technology grant management system was selected for supporting and adoption by other SGCs. The next project is enhancing resilience of science systems. It is a IDLC funded project of 150,000 project from 2021 to 2023 to investigate research infrastructure landscape in sub-Saharan Africa for policy review and implementation. 4 consultants and 6 research fellows were recruited, and desk research of relevant literature completed. Online questionnaire survey on research infrastructure was also presented. So this is the summary of all these projects. Now let's come next, please. Let's come to the physical workshop organized from June 2017 to May 2019. We organized 79 workshops during this period, where 1,952 male participants were present and 756 female participants.
Next slide.
Then, since, next please, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. Since COVID-19, innovation from COVID-19 is the switch to virtual workshops. So webinars, virtual meetings, and workshops were hosted. And on the AAU Zoom platform, we had a total of 193 webinars and virtual workshops. There were a total of 40,163 participants of these webinars and workshops between 1st July 2020 to 13 April 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the advantage of ICT. During less than 1 year, AAU trained 40,163 participants, while for 50 years, we were not able to train maybe 2,000. So let's say that COVID-19 is not always a threat, but also sometimes good opportunity. The 50 most attended AAU Zoom events range from 5,434 to 250. Let's talk now about the mid-term review of program, which was very important for the future of AAU. This was done by CIDA because of AAU core program, which was funded mostly by CIDA. The summary of the core program review is the following. First, of AAU's 3 core functions: convening, setting the intellectual agenda, and implementing key programs and projects, the convening power has been strengthened over time, and AAU has significantly developed its capacities to manage a comprehensive program of work. Second, AAU has an emerging core strength in ICT and needs to rethink communication, publicity, visibility, and advocacy strategies. 3, AAU's programs have remained virtually the same across its 3 strategic plan periods, and this contrasts with the dynamics of change in the African higher education setting. 4, greater coordination is needed with AAU partners to ensure ownership, enhance relevance, optimize the distribution and use of resources, create synergies with parallel institutional programs, and maximize the impact of AAU's activities. 5, AAU to find effective ways of engaging with regional associations, research networks, and other consortia that have established themselves as important partners for universities. 6, AAU to prioritize to become a platform for cutting-edge knowledge sharing, where best practices are disseminated both as experience and codified knowledge for use by member universities. And finally, AAU to develop a fully elaborated theory of change that will provide the basis for identifying the key monitoring and evaluation activities vis-à-vis operational plans of the association. AAU's proactivity to review report. We did not wait for the end of this midterm review to take the right steps. So proactive steps already were taken prior to review and release of a report. Establishment of regional offices and AAU public broadcasting unit to increase AAU's visibility. This was done before the end of the review of the program. Harmonization of African higher education quality assurance and accreditation initiative. Increase collaboration and partnership, for example, demography of African faculty survey. Next, impact of evaluation. This was very important because this evaluation contributed to the initiation of the fourth AAU Strategic Plan 2020-2025. Monitoring, evaluation, and learning system funded by CIDA to strengthen impact of AAU programs. These are some of the impact of this assessment. Now let's move to AAU strategic plans. The one of 2016-2020 and the new one from 2020-2024. The 2016 to 2020 plan has 7 key result areas and there are 3 strategic goals as follows. Strategic goal 1, building capacity within member institutions with 7 key result area. The strategic goal 2, the strategic goal 2, building capacity of member institutions to meet more broad societal needs with 3 key result area. And strategic goal 3, organizational matters specific to AAU with 2 key result area. The new strategic plan initiated after a midterm review of existing strategic plan received input of various stakeholders during Korebib in Cairo. Remember that during Cairo Korebib, we share the document and we had feedback from various stakeholders. So this time it was a down to top process. The strategic plan is published on AAU website. Which are the new initiatives from the Secretariat? The first one, the regional offices, which were established to increase impact of AAU's activities in the regions, to maximize the benefit of AAU to the membership universities, to improve both the visibility of the AAU and the quality of higher education in Africa, and ensure that each regional office has a specific target and focus to ensure maximum inclusivity of all groups. Let's come to the East Africa Regional Office, the first to be established in March 2018. The host is University of Khartoum, Sudan, to cover 11 countries in East Africa. I would like to emphasize here that our target was to establish these regional offices like AAU itself was established in Accra with the support of the government and our
SG, we lost you.
I don't know why.
Okay, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
So the objective was to focusing on all higher education institutions in the Eastern Africa zone and most importantly, higher education institutions in fragile states. The second one is a North Africa Regional Office, NARO, established in March 2019. The host is Al-Azhar University, Egypt, and it covers 6 countries in North Africa. The objective, they are tasked with the mandate of working with and for the higher education community in North Africa and the Middle East Arab regions. Strategically, it is positioned to be the nexus between Northern and Sub-Saharan and the Middle East Africa region. And the results are already coming up. And now the establishment of NAMO. NAMO stands for North American Office. The host this office is incorporated in the use in July 2019, but it was established in October in collaboration with African Union Permanent Mission to the USA. The office is located in Washington, D.C. in a rented premises. The objective of NAMO is targeted at bringing AAU closer to Africans in the diaspora and advancing Africa-diaspora academic relations. NAMO seen as a strategic move to also facilitate resource mobilization for AAU and facilitate collaboration with the diaspora to support the development of relationship with diaspora. New initiative from the Secretariat, also the establishment of public broadcasting unit, which we call AAU TV, which was set up on March 2018. It aims to increase AAU's and its members' visibility, provide platform for information exchange and research, and reach the world in real time, had been on free to air satellite transmission to 22 countries in West and Central Africa till July 2020, but currently runs 11 programs and streams on YouTube, Association of African University, a dedicated website, Facebook. 70% of programs are higher education focused. So we think that this AAU TV is the voice of the voiceless. AAU's visibility extended with 23 of top 50 viewing countries located within Africa. Subscription to YouTube channel over 17,000. All higher education institutions, particularly AAU member universities and the research network, should avail themselves to AAU TV for visibility and program collaboration. It is free for now. Next. And members should take advantage of AAU TV for their own visibility. Next, please. African Research and Innovation Summit, ARIS, June 2017. It was organized in Ghana as a pre-2017 General Conference event to build stronger partnership among academia, researchers, private sector, and policymakers through research. Event drew over 300 participants from Ghana and beyond, who passed a resolution to establish a research bank repository to house research problems from industries and governments for access by researchers across Africa. Next. Our maiden African University Olympic in March 2019, it was held at the main sport stadium of the military college in Cairo, Egypt, immediately after the inauguration of the North African Regional Office of the AAU in March 2019. It was sponsored principally by Al-Azhar University and co-organized with AAU and All Africa Students Union. Many athletics events were covered, and the event features male and female teams competitors. Appointment of AAU desk officers. This activity is one which is very important to AAU. Over 100 officers of universities nominated by the vice chancellors to serve as AAU desk officers. Desk officers respond to information requests from the AAU Secretariat, disseminate opportunities shared by AAU, and create awareness on the goals and mission of AAU to the university community. A mailing list and WhatsApp group platform created to facilitate communication with the desk officers. The task is still ongoing to reach all member universities of AAU. Next, please. The establishments of African Jobs Board project. A collaboration with Warwick Employment Group and ISA to centralize both academic and non-academic jobs in Africa on one platform. It was launched in November 2020 to generate resources for the partners through charges for advertised jobs, free for African universities to advertise till September 2021. Since launch to end of April 2021, over 5,000 have visited the platform, 332 jobs shared, 179 job applications made via email, and 366 via the website link. Platform needs more publicity. We also attempted to create an AAU journal called International Journal of Higher Education Policy in Africa. It is almost ready for launching, but the board has requested that we hold on. The Secretariat has also established a partnership office, a marketing and development unit to support information dissemination, engage AAU members, and develop the interests of potential members. AAU has subscribed to Foundation directly online to identify potential donors in aggressive resource mobilization drive. Next. AAU website. There are actually 12 AAU websites, but include the main website, blog, and project-related websites. Focus has been on fixing broken links and syntax errors, backing up the website, and implementing auto-translation to ensure usability by various language groups. Google Analytics showed that the main website had over 20,000 visitors. This impact website had over 7,300 plus visitors, and the AAU blog had over 26,000 plus visitors. Next. We also had the use of diaspora faculty to support training of over 2,000 Africans on online teaching and learning and use of education technologies. Virtually organized Made in African Diaspora and Homecoming Summit in September 2020, and African Private Sector Summit in March 2021, virtual activity. Now let's come to the Secretariat issues. The first one is a new permanent staff recruited from 2017 to 2021. Professional staff, we have Dr. Sylvia, who is AC Impact Project Manager since 2019. Mr. Emmanuel Banfo, who is a procurement specialist in June 2020. William Zonto, a Francophone Safeguard Specialist Donald Bigo, Francophone procurement specialist. All of them were recruited in June 2021. Master Joshua Osondo, who was the past RSF administrator. We have also many local staff recruited, many others recruited as intern or on contract. We have also benefited from government of Ghana by granting us with national service personnel. This special arrangement made with government of Ghana to have national service personnel posted to the AAU Secretariat and paid for by the government. We have 30 interns recruited in 2020-2021, serving in various capacities. Departure of Secretariat, Master Joshua Osondo, the past administrator, left AAU because the past is now in Kenya. 7 other interns were also departed, and 2 retirees, one of our security officer and the personal administrative driver of the Secretary General, Sanoche Abraham. Staff retreats, we organized 3 secretariat staff retreats in Ghana, Akosombo 24 to 28 April 2017, Akosombo also 19 to 20 July 2017, Elmina in 2018, from 28 to 29 March 2019. This was for brainstorming session on the development of 2020-2025 strategic plan. AAU new condition of service also was finally adopted by the governing board, and it is now operational. Members' issues. From 2018 to 2021, we have registered 89 new members. They will be ratified. The list will come later on to be ratified by the General Conference. Let's conclude now saying that the second half of this reporting period was much challenged by COVID-19, but strengthened AAU to innovate, virtually connect and train the highest number of stakeholders in the shortest period time compared to the previous face-to-face engagement. Internet infrastructure should develop a top priority to support the digitalization of African higher education institutions. AAU to continue advocacy for investment. Excuse me. Okay, let's continue. The AAU strategic plan 2020-2025 promote favorable policy environment for African higher education institutions through intellectual agenda setting and generating credible evidence for reliable advice on policies and practices in higher education in Africa. AAU will continue to reaffirm its role as the voice for higher education in Africa through its interventions and partnerships. The secretariats and the regional offices are grateful for support from board, member institutions, and development partners. We still need some more financial support to do more for AAU member universities. Now I would like to summarize what the achievement of the Secretariat during the past 9 years. During these 9 years where I was here as Secretary General, the AAU has undergone the following stages. The phase one is the stabilization of AAU administration in terms of reduction of the turnover frequency of the SG's term in office that endangers.
Previous slide.
The videos. Okay, phase one. I was talking about phase one, but please share, yes, no, this is phase two, yes.
No, this is phase one. No,
yes.
the previous slide.
No, excuse me.
This is phase one.
No, this is phase two. Okay, phase one, leave it there now. The first one is the stabilization of AAU administration in terms of reduction of the turnover frequency of the SG's term in office, but endangers the credibility of the organization.
ولكن ذلك قد يؤثر على مصداقية
AAU financial commitment in terms of reform of donors' money, comeback and new trust of partners and donors, discipline in financial management, renewal of partnership and development of new partnership within development partners, membership increase from 280 in 2012 to 421 today. The second phase is what we call growth of the AAU in terms of infrastructure, personnel, diversification of the administration, I mean regional offices and desk offices, development of business-oriented mindset and fundraising activities, innovation in programming, strengthening diaspora relations, strengthening relations with the private sector, strengthening relations with all linguistic zones of Africa. Next. The third phase is the expansion of AAU, the visibility of AAU through social media, development of a strong social media environment in AAU operation, AAU TV, AAU blogs, etc. ICT-oriented activities to reach a maximum number of members and stakeholders, turning the threat of COVID-19 to an opportunity to be more relevant to AAU members and stakeholders. Next. Finally, this is my very last general conference I am organizing as Secretary General of AAU, because my term will come to an end on 30th September 2021. Permit me to thank sincerely the members of the various boards and their respective presidents for their indefatigable strong support. I mean, from 2012 to 2013, Professor George Magoha, who is now Minister of Education in Kenya. From 2013 to 2017, Professor Olusa Oyewole. From 2017 to 2021, Professor Orlando Antonio Kilambo. I would also like to thank sincerely all AAU members, stakeholders, and financial partners for their commitment and support. Finally, I would like to thank the whole AAU Secretariat and overall senior management who was very instrumental in all these achievements. On this note, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Professor Ye. Ehile for this very thorough presentation on the activities of AAU the last 4 years. We were far behind our time, so we'll try to be as fast as possible in discussing the issue and trying to move forward. I see that Professor Peter Obekula has raised his hand.
Yes. Thank you very much, the chair of the governing board of AAU, my friend and brother, Professor Orlando Guyambo, members of the board of AAU, participants at this conference, members of the General Assembly participants at the conference. I want to move a motion of congratulations to Professor Etienne Ehile on being one of the best secretaries general of AAU since this organization started 54 years ago. I think I will know a little bit more than many others because I was contracted by the board to do the midterm review, the last midterm review of the activities of this association. Professor Etienne Ehile has presented snapshots, but I went in deep into the operations of AAU. And I can confirm that by way of initiatives, I'm looking at indicators now of his success. I can't see his match. There have been several initiatives, and you can see what he reeled out, and quite a lot of others that he did not. But I have the data to confirm that though SG has beaten his track record, there's been growth in membership of AAU. And AAU, under its leadership, impacted quality in higher education in Africa. It has been truly the voice of Africa. AAU has been truly the voice of Africa, the voice of higher education in Africa. And I'd like to commend all the others that work with him. You saw his last but one slide. He thanked the board, the leadership of the board, members of the board, and all his staff. You see, the captain of the ship will not go steer the ship, put fuel into it and all of that. He captained the ship, and all the other people that worked with him will need our special commendation also. But if he were not to be a good leader, we wouldn't have recorded these huge success stories that we recorded. So I'd like to thank his directors, especially somebody I call the carburetor or the fuel injector of AAU, working under Professor Ehile. That's Professor Jonathan Mba, Dr. Dumo Lamini, and all of you, everybody in AAU. And I want to tell Professor Etienne Ehile that my organization, the Global Investing Network for Innovation, we're going to organize a special conference to celebrate you, Professor Ehile. Thank you very much, Chairman of the board of members.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. More interventions? Please, if you want to say something, just unmute yourself. I don't have the capacity of muting or unmuting anyone, so. Okay. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Yes, the president of AAU, the Secretary General, and other members of the conference. I'd like to follow on with what my brother and colleague, our friend, Professor Peter Okebukola, has said about the captainship of Professor Ehile. He really did very well. And I don't want to belabor that point, but I would like to raise one or two issues, and just for clarification, and I think that would be nice, it will be some information for members. Number one, he talked about the World Bank wanted to review AAU performance in June. Now this is July. Could you please shed more light on this? whether that review.
It is already done. It is done already.
Yeah, just wait. You may wait and then react to all I'm saying. But what your report said that it will do, not that it has done. That's why I was asking that question.
Yes, yes.
Now, the next one is the regional associations. I'm so very worried that 50 years after the establishment of AAU, we are still at the deep sea end of getting regional associations, regional to toe the line of AAU. I don't see why we are having different names, different everywhere, and each time there's supposed to be a meeting, and you know this, they back out and they want to be as independent as possible. I think if we have AAU, we have the Southern region, the West African, the whatever, they should all relate with the headquarters and take, to some stage, take certain directions from the headquarters, and they all need to work in sync. But this is not what we are getting. And I think something needs to be looked into. Similarly, membership. Yes, every year, this is not the only year. Every year we record some success of the membership. But again, it's worrying that again, 50 years after AAU, we still have less than 30% of the membership of the universities or higher institutions in Africa. I think we need to move even greater. That should be our priority. And I think beyond anything, the next strategic plan, it should be number one. We need to make sure that every university is on board, every higher institution. And the way we say it in education is that our progress is determined by the slowest learner. In this case, the progress of AAU is determined by the last person to the last university to apply or to be a member. My last point, sir, Mr. Chairman, is the report about the North American office. Sir, with all due respect, I am worried. I'm worried for a number of reasons. I'll just mention three. Number one, we have not even established ourselves in Africa. We are going North America. Two, we don't even have the number in North America. How many people in diaspora are attending this conference? Very few. Indeed, I expect that our brothers in diaspora and sisters should be the one establishing the office, funding it, and managing it for us. Or all we needed was to have somebody there as our eye and our ear. There's no reason. If it is because of African Union, whatever, they should have been able to pay. I think we need to look at this. We are spending so much money to maintain a North African office when we are not getting anything out of it. For me, I think we need to stop that. We need to look into it. We need to move it to something else, or at least delay it until we are able to raise the membership at home. As they say, charity begins at home. We cannot be going to set up something in America when it is not yielding anything here. We must cut our losses and make sure we know what we are doing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I see here a hand from Muli Bilan. Michael.
Hello. Okay, let's have a video. Are you hearing me? Okay, yeah.
Yes, you are all
yeah, thank you for the opportunity. It's a good and as a young for me for the first time, and I'm happy with the report how the secretaries, the AAU secretaries and the governing boards has presented the activities. Just I want to ask one question, maybe it may be a clarification. As AAU, to what extent it would be a voice for universities in Africa? Because
and I said I didn't see you.
Because we want in Africa to have a free universities and academic freedom across all Africa, because that without academic freedom we will not able to have a sustainable growth or a sustainable human capital in Africa. So my question was, to what extent is AAU to be a voice for universities? So why I ask this one is, for instance, my universities has been changed from a university into a military camp. So I know there are around 4 universities in my area that has forcibly changed into a military camp. So when do we become a voice? When we expect from our AAU to be a voice for us? Do we have to? For instance, I have seen a very recent an African Studies Association. They show us their voice and they condemn that act. So I wanted to ask for our governing bodies, why you are keep silent, why you don't become as a voice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Charles Ujai. Charles Ujai Gayadi. Charles Ujai Gayadi, unmute yourself, please. Yes, go ahead. Charles Ujai.
Maybe you want to go to somebody else.
Gloria
President.
Adu. Gloria Adu. I think we can respond to the questions. Please, SG.
I will start with the regional offices. When I came to AAU, organizations like IUCA, Sarua, North African Organization, Association of West Africa Universities, all these organizations were existing. And AAU was also existing. So now, how to be able to be closer to our membership if we don't go to the regions? So at this stage, I don't think any of these organizations I have cited here will accept leave their status and be part of AAU. AAU has to work with them, but also AAU, for its own expansion, should go there in the regions so that he can be closer to his membership, because this membership still exists. The issue of North American office. All important decision of the Secretariat is tabled before the board. The issue of regional offices were a recommendation of the board, and we executed it. So sometimes when you start an initiative, you cannot have the fruits immediately. It takes time, some time, to be successful. So this initiative should take some time. They could have an assessment to see whether they are useful or not. Actually, if I consider the relationship between North Africa and Nigeria health universities, because of the regional office in Cairo, we were able to establish a strong collaboration between health universities of Nigeria and Egypt. And this is spearheaded by the regional office and CBC Nigeria. This is the first step. The next step will to upscale the project to other universities in Africa. And I think it is a good collaboration. We have always prayed that North Africa come and join AAU. Now that we are able to go there and bring them together to Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and make a connection, I don't think this is a bad thing. Yes, everything is criticisable, but let's wait for some time, assess the initiative, and see the way forward.
Point of information, Chairman, I was not talking about North Africa. I talked about North American office. Thank you, sir.
For North American office also, you can see that the diaspora itself was a big concern of African Union. And this diaspora need a nexus to be more efficient in Africa. And it is what we did with the anointing of the board.
Chairman, sir, thank you for that explanation, but I'm going to suggest that the board should take another look at the North American office. If the diaspora, according to the Secretary General, the diaspora is interested in what we are doing, then let them establish the office for us, or come and establish in Africa. We are spending so much money. We are flushing some money down the drain in the important money we should have used in doing things here, and we are paying. We're just paying anything for having an office in North America. I don't think this is on. And the board should please sit up and look at every aspect of what we are doing. And the board, I'm sure membership will be interested. I agree with what the SG is saying. Maybe the board should set up a committee to look into that. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Chairman, sir, can I just make a comment on this matter? Just on this matter.
Yes, yes. Sure.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuyambo. I agree with my friend and brother and former SG of AAU, Professor Lugbe Jagede, on the matter of the North American chapter. I agree, North American office. I agree with the SG that the North African office has been so beneficial, because using that, SG would recall that if the last time we met, last but one time we met was in Cairo, where we came, came with some Nigerian vice chancellors and all that to that, and that was quite good. But we're talking about the North American office. You see, it's of no, it's in a globalized world with IT. You don't need a physical office. You can have a department within your office in Accra to service the diaspora. If you're talking about diaspora or talking about North American elements. That AAU will service. Look, I was Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission. We had an office in Washington, but we closed it down. You know, so I mean, it's not that's not. I don't think that's a progressive way to move. But as the SG has said, and also endorsed by Professor Jagede, let the board, look at the North American office and evaluate its usefulness for the organization and explore whether it's not more cost beneficial to have the office, yes, establish the office, but not located in North America. You can have it located there, right there in his office in Accra, using IT as a platform for interaction. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr.
Professor Omarji. Professor Omarji, how much? Yes, please.
Okay, I've unmuted myself. First of all, I want to really appreciate the President and the rest of the board for a wonderful job. I also want to appreciate my dear friend, Professor Healy. I've looked at all the things that they've achieved in the last 9 years. And there is no question whatsoever that these are achievements that have moved the association forward. I'm glad that the association is not standing still. And I've been privileged to participate in the activities of the organization on several occasions. I could see very clearly that the fire is still there, the vision is kept alive, and Professor Healy, I'm sure there will be a better opportunity, just like Peter Okebukola, my guru, has stated. There should be an opportunity where we could reflect more broadly over what AAU has achieved under your leadership in the last 9 years or so. So I just want to add my voice to those who have really expressed appreciation for the work that you have done. AAU is on a trajectory, and I just want to believe that we will maintain that trajectory, and because more than ever before, Africa needs a voice that is definitely more strident, more strategic, and indeed being able to relate our educational system to the needs of the continent as a whole. I just want to thank all of you that have done so well in bringing AAU to where it is, and believing that even after office, Healy, I'm sure you will continue to be an asset to not just the AAU now, but to the broader educational activities of the continent and beyond. So thank you, everyone, for your participation so far. It's been great to be part of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor, you will want to say something else so that we close the meeting, this part?
Professor Oyewole has not raised his hand. Mr.
Professor Healy.
Healy, okay.
Yes, Professor Healy.
I think I have given the response to the concern of those who ask the question. So okay. I don't have other response.
Mr. President.
Yes, please, who is?
Mr. President, this is Maxwell.
Maxwell, yes.
Yeah, Mr. President, I want to...
can you show your video, sir? Can you show your video like others are doing when they're speaking? If you don't mind, yes.
Hello.
Yes, please, Maxwell.
Yes, Mr. President, I want to make a statement about the North America office. What really happened was that when the board mandated the AAU to open the North America office, we were very strategic in the way we went about it. People have the perception that we are spending in our North America office, but that is not a reality. What really happened was that initially when we were mandated to open the office, and we made inquiries from some of our colleague academic brothers and sisters over there to support, the quotations that they gave us was that we actually had to spend about 800,000 in a couple of years. But what really happened was that I discussed with the Secretary General, and I told him I can volunteer part of my time to do everything that it takes to establish and get the office running with the minimal cost to the AAU. What really happened is that I'm a US CPA, and I've worked with nonprofits so much in the US before coming back home to Ghana. So what really happened was that we established North America office with virtually no money. Initially, we were hosted by the African Union. Then later on, we moved to a rented apartment. What I need to see to the conference gathered here is that all it costs us to run the North America office is actually less than I would say less than probably around $40,000 annually. Because what would normally let the cost be very high will be the staff cost. And here I want to elaborate upon the strategy that we used. In terms of the staff cost, I was able to absorb all the professional fees. We're talking about attorney fees, we're talking about accountant fees, which are needed for a nascent nonprofit organization in the US. Because in the US, we did not incur any cost. We did not recruit any high caliber costs because I have all the experience that is needed to kickstart a nonprofit in the US. So we didn't incur anything on staff cost. The issue of opening the office in the North American market, especially for the diaspora, was very important because for several decades of AAU's programming, AAU had always planned to strengthen their relationships with the diaspora. It works very well when at least you have a presence among them. For instance, the Secretariat was initially located in Accra, but what we realized was that we focused mainly on the regions that we work with, either West Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. For over a decade plus, our North African brothers, or those in Arab-speaking countries, were actually cut off from the rest of the continent, or from the association. The Secretary General, when he came to the office, he and myself, we had to make special missions to North Africa, to Arab-speaking countries to meet with our members. And I'm very happy. I remember on one occasion, we met Professor Okebukola in Cairo.
In Cairo, yes. Sure.
What really happened was that it was a sort of excitement for our brothers to realize the AAU has taken this step to come there and is strengthening the relationship. It did not cost us much to establish the North Africa office because we adopted a strategy or innovation in the way we established and ran the office. We adopted a hosting method where our member university hosted the association. So infrastructure costs, how do we call it, office cost, utilities and everything was absorbed by the organization. That is the way the AAU started in 1967. It was hosted by the University of Ghana. University of Ghana provided the personnel, it provided office premises and everything. It's the same model that we adopted. So this was applied in the regional offices and it was applied in North America. So North America, contrary to information people are spreading around, that we are spending so much, the amount we spend on the North America office annually is about 40,000. If we had not adopted the strategy we used, we would have spent about $400,000. I will elaborate a little because I get concerned when there are efforts to bring down the diaspora initiative. If you look at projects or organizations which run diaspora activities, some of them have been working well over a decade, but they've not made so much of an impact. The AAU went there in just under 1 year. We mobilized most of the academic diaspora, and it's increasing. The interesting thing is, not only is our relationship with the academic diaspora increasing, but there are a lot of offshoots coming out of our presence from being in North America. For instance, strengthening our relationship with the private sector, interestingly enough, did not even originate from the continent. It was an offshoot of the diaspora activities that we did. We had a lot of the private sector people in the diaspora who, when they realized our presence, they now approached us, and together with them, we liaise strongly with the continental bodies in charge of the private sector. Now, AAU has a formal relationship with the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, the regional chambers of commerce. We have strengthened our relationship so much. We are developing a lot of initiatives. Some of them include, and I will have to probably let the board know, some of them involve multi-billion-dollar scholarship funds, but they are in the office. So there's a lot of advantages. Not only that, we are not only in North America. Now we are developing and strengthening the relationships with the other aspects of the diaspora. From the Americas, we are looking at the Americas, we are looking at the Caribbean, then ultimately we look at the rest of the world. We've developed a lot of relationship or strengthened relationship among the academic institutions in the diaspora with African universities. And these are still going. Our presence there counts. And I want to assure the August conference over here is contrary to information or the image being created that we are spending so much. We are not spending anything. Sincerely speaking, I actually ran two offices, and it's a voluntary thing. I would say
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Point of information.
I also have to contribute something to the AAU.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
I also have to contribute to the AAU. So
number one, sir.
We are not
point of information.
Actually, most of the spending
point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Done by volunteers.
Maxwell, can you come to
either academic volunteers or government of Ghana support. So please, Mr. Chair, this is my humble submission, and our presence there, just like our presence in North Africa and East Africa, is very helpful to the association. I also want to emphasize our presence in the diaspora has been extremely helpful to the association. Thank you, Mr. President.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. Number one, speaking as a former Secretary General and on behalf of other Secretary Generals, number one is that this information or the report we are getting from the finance director about he's going to man the office in North America or whatever should have been given to us by or through the Secretary General, not that individual. Second, we are talking about issues, not about persons. Third, Professor Okebukola and I, and I'm sure many other members are agreeing by seeing they are nodding, that perhaps the council or the board will need to establish a committee to look into this and see whether it is beneficial for us. We are being told on one hand that we are not spending any money. We are now being told on another that we are spending $40,000 to Africa to mean that to an African institution where we don't have money. We are struggling to pay salaries. I think we need to look into some of these things. Please don't bring in personalities into it or any personal interest in it. We are only looking at how AAU can extend the mileage of the little it has and whatever. We still say that, and Professor Kebukola has said it, in this day and age of digital communication, we can do everything on the spot. We are having the first time digital conference that nobody has ever thought of, and we are making lots of progress. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think we have discussed enough the SGA report. Let us, I think as members of the governing board, we appreciate the results of the Secretariat and the SGA in general. We are being recommended to reflect on the regional offices, bring evidence of its importance. We also have to reflect on the membership issue. We are deferring this to the next governing board, but it is a strategic issue, I think. We will have an opportunity to thank the SG for his job during the last 9 years. But for the moment, I'm asking if we are moving for adoption of this report.
So moved, Mr. President and Chair.
Yes.
Peter Okebukola is moving that we adopt.
Yes, Professor Okebukola is moving. Who is seconding it?
If there's nobody, I'll second it myself.
Professor Ako is seconding it. So thank you very much. Adopted and seconded by Professor Okebukola and Professor Ako. I think the next point have been already, the next one was the ratification of new members. You saw the presentation by SG.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think we have a list of 89 new members. Some are associate members and full members. And we are requesting for the approval of the General Conference to ratify the membership.
Okay. Yes, members of the board of the Governing General Conference. Nuduma, you are presenting the members. Yes, please.
These are full members in 2018. Next. I don't know that in the, because of the time, I will to read all of them.
Yes,
these are the members, full members in 2018, 19, these. Next. Members of 2020, first slide, second slide.
Next slide.
Next, 2021 members, full members. And next, associate members. Next, 2018. Next, 2019. Next.
Can I just make an intervention here? There's this University of America College of Science. Where is that in Nigeria? As we were scrolling along, Mr. SG, I was looking at the Nigerian universities, and I found that they are okay, full membership, all of them. But looking at this, I'm not too sure of number 3. I know you normally do your due diligence. You see, the moment you now take this university, the University of America College of Science in Nigeria, I don't know where that university is. As soon as you say approved, that person will go on and say it has approval by AAU to be an associate member. I think we need to confirm number 3, because I can't see number 3 in the horizon of universities in Nigeria.
Thank you. Can we continue?
Yes, next.
Okay, continue.
Next, please. And these are the associate members of 2021.
Okay, thank you very much. We had a problem only with the University American College of Science in Nigeria.
Yes,
but I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there was minimum requirements.
Yes.
We went through so that we and also most of the time when we want information from the university, we task our members of the country, of the region, to check if this university is a reality. And I
Professor Hille, can you please check that one? Because I have here the list of all the universities in Nigeria as at the 6th of the 5th of July 2021, and that is not listed. It's not recognized by the National Universities Commission. So maybe you want to recheck that, please.
Please, Haken.
Mr. President, Madam Nodumo should have the record. Let her clarify us on this point. Madam Nodumo should have the records.
Nodumo, you are there?
Yes, can I just find out? Thank you.
Just a minute. Let Nodumo shoot the conditions, and then we'll have the discussion.
But maybe we can proceed.
Then I give the floor to Hakim. Please go ahead. Unmute yourself, Hakim. You are unmuted.
Yes, I just want to piggyback.
Okay,
yes,
you very
can
much.
you hear me now?
Now, yeah, okay, yes.
Yes, the same thing. Thank you. Just to piggyback on distinguished Professor Okebukola's comment, we have to be very, very careful, giving this privilege to degree mailing or certificate mailing institutions. I have reservation also for Lens Polytechnic that you highlighted. Lens Polytechnic, you may want to step it down also. You may want to step it down. I don't think it's a recognized institution. And the moment you give them that opportunity, they will start recruiting and saying African. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, I also saw Lens Polytechnic, but because I don't have details about polytechnics, I don't have the list of all the approved ones by the Nigerian government. I only have the list of approved universities in Nigeria as of today. And that university that is listed is not there. So maybe we want to adopt what Professor Akim Tijani said. Check that Lens Polytechnic again.
Michael, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I've just been unmuted. It's in line with what I've been reading because I spotted those two institutions too.
Yeah.
Professor Okebukala has raised the issue of that university, the Lens Polytechnic.
Yeah.
And I will expect that there is closer link with the established Nigerian bodies, like the National Universities Commission and the Committee of Vice Chancellors, to verify membership. Those are the sources where you can verify membership. So I think it would be wrong to just approve anything without consulting these two bodies, as far as Nigeria is concerned. Yeah. I think that should be the procedure. Thank you.
Professor Omani, you have Professor Ashka Al-Masharaf. Professor Al-Masharaf. Then Professor Paulo Maj.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, I have given you the floor, but I think you are not. Please go ahead then.
All right.
Yes, Professor, then I will come back to Al-Azhar.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see some new universities being listed as associate members of the AAU. I think the board may like to look at the constitution, the way it is expressed there. Membership requirements are fairly generic. But when you go into the bylaws, you discover that there are some additional qualifications included there that may be discouraging some other organizations or universities or polytechnics to join. For example, in my university, I asked the Office of the Academic Planning to work with this over a year ago. They went, because it's a young university, they went to the membership platform, and they saw that you have to have graduated at least one set of students before you can apply for membership. So I think the board may look at that and be clearer as to who can join as a full-time and then full membership, and who can join as an associate. It will help tremendously if we can amend that bylaw details so that many universities that are newly established will not be discouraged from joining the association. Thank you.
Chairman, I think the thing is very clear. I don't think we should water down the conditions to admit institutions. In other words, I mean, until you graduate the first set of students, that's clear. Also, Omaji, I don't think we need to water down, because we need to have, we desire to have many more universities. It's quite clear in the constitution and the laws that you've got to have graduated a set of students before you can be considered for admission to AAU. I think that's pretty leading enough.
Chairman, I completely agree.
Professor Al-Musharraf.
Sorry, please, if I could make this point, point of information. I wasn't
Professor
asking.
Al-Musharraf.
Okay.
Professor Al-Musharraf. Professor Sherik Vakil.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, please, go ahead.
This is Professor Amanil Sharif, the Regional Coordinator for North Africa Office of AAU.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, please. I would like to comment on the benefit of the regional offices, and I prefer to wait till the demonstration of the new membership of universities to AAU. And actually, we can notice the scaling up of the number of the membership universities. And of course, this is due to the marketing of AAU in different regions through the regional offices, and also to connect what is the benefit of North America office for AAU. Some of our universities preferred to join AAU because they would like to have a connection with American universities, American business associations, and they didn't know the way to connect them. And North America office became the focal point that can connect all universities in Africa and also the academics in Africa with those in America. And after the first diaspora homecoming, when some academics from North Africa witnesses the heaviness of the attendee and the speakers from America, they try to contact and communicate with us, to communicate with them through the North America office, and this can answer the question, what is the benefit of this office? So it's a very important benefit is networking and bridging between Africa and other important stakeholders for Africa and who support African development. The second benefit, I think we can ask Mr. Maxwell how the beneficial cost when narrow by the support and the patronage of Egypt government and Al-Azhar University, how they covering a cost for a conference and the Olympics, which exceed $1 million, and all of them covered by Egypt and Al-Azhar University, thankfully, and without any cost on the AAU. So actually, for me, it's very disappointing now to find someone ask about the benefits of the regional offices. And this is my point of view. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to close this point, but I will ask Nodumo to bring why we have accepted this American and this land polytechnic, please. Nodumo.
Yes, Prof.
You don't find the profiles.
Yes, Prof. I think could we proceed and put these two aside so that I put a proper response?
Okay,
please.
Thank you very much.
You.
Exactly. Then we will defer the how do you call it, the ratification of the members to later on.
No, I think we can approve the rest, the ones that do not have any issues, and then they just step down these two. For
can we approve then the rest and without these two, Land Polytechnic and the American College of Science?
And then give you the power to administratively approve it if it is accredited.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Professor Akin. Yes.
Hello? Yes.
Yes, you have the floor.
Information as we speak, because these things are just easily accessible, is the Generation Z era. And what I did was to go on the technical board that is responsible for polytechnics, monotechnics. And I'm delighted to say that listed on number, I want to show you, L is, in other words, lens is approved by the board. Number 33.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to make a comment, but I don't know that. I don't know for the polytechnics, but for the universities, I have everybody here. I have everybody in this book.
Okay, Lens Polytechnic is approved by the
by the board. Yeah. Let me also make a comment on the North America, if you don't mind me. I don't know. I would like to know the operation. Having worked in North America, I became tenor in North America, to be specific in US. I think there is a better way to get a zero-sum game, kind of win-win situation when you are looking for a space. I'll need to know more, if you don't mind, and I'm willing to render gratis my service, because I know that with good networking, we can get a space on an HBCU campus that will cost us nothing, not even human cost. So if I know details, I'm willing to assist to facilitate that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have noted that regarding the regional office, we can still work on them and bring it evidence of their importance. Thank you very much. Ratification of the new members, with the exception of this American College of Science.
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Second, Professor Jagede's motion.
Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Can we go to the last point then? Amendment of the Constitution and the bylaws. SG.
The amendment of the Constitution and bylaws has to do with only one point. The board has agreed to consider the diaspora, all diaspora, as the 6th region of AAU, like the 6th region of Africa-The Union. So the board, having accepted this, we now table it before the General Conference also to ratify this so that it can, the Constitution can be amended accordingly.
Thank you very much. And that will be easy point. We are having another region because of the diaspora. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I am not too sure of what the first bullet point of the proposal for AU to admit as full members will mean in relation to what we have just said with regards to those at home. If we are going to say that you must have graduated one set of students before you become a full member, I think what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If we are going to say that that is across the board, then it should apply to the institutions that are not within the shores of Africa, sir.
SG?
Yes, any university which want to become a full member or associate member should fulfill the requirement that is in the bylaw and constitution. If they don't fulfill it, they cannot be member.
So that should be included as a prelude to one of these bullet points that are additional to the set out or laid out criteria for membership. Then these other ones wouldn't be it. That we have to have a student population of more than 50% and all that. So additional to that. So that's a condition precedent to this.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
Okay, then we will amend accordingly.
Chairman,
Okay.
sir, one more point,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah, he says, again, bullet point 1 under proposals to be admitted as full members. HEIs and research institutions with a student population of more than 50% Black or people of African descent. Number one, sir, I mean, we are becoming global and we are relating with anybody, everybody interested in us. I'm not too sure whether towing this, what people may regard as a racial slur, is something we should be looking at. Number two, sir, just arithmetic. If you have 100 students in a particular school and you have just 49 of them as Black, it means that that university will not qualify to the detriment of our Black students. I believe that the board might need to again consider this, sir.
Okay. Yes, Prof. Hill, you want to comment on this or just wait?
No, I think we have noted. We have noted very well.
Yeah.
The 2 points raised by Professor Jegede are well noted.
Yes. Okay. If there are no other comments, can we move for the adoption of the amendment of the Constitution with
no, since they are still going to look into this, then I do not think it's expedient for the approval to be given right now. Maybe it could be a matter for the Extraordinary General Conference or something as a matter. In that case, the SG will have reflected the comments that have been made here. And just on the side, you can't abbreviate PPLE under a bylaw. Put it as people.
Yeah.
So my suggestion, President of AAU, is that since some issues have been raised here, approving this will be presumptuous. I think we should wait until the modifications are made and this is represented. That's my view.
Yes, members of the General Conference, we go in this direction. We will work out a little bit more and then bring the last version so that we can discuss in the next Extraordinary General Conference. Okay, then it's approved in that sense. This was our last point. SG, you want to say something?
Yes, I was thinking that since we have accepted to make all these changes, I think the approval would have come depending on the fact that we will take into account all these recommendations.
Okay, we will include all the recommendations and then we submit it again for approval.
Exactly, well, this is a law, Mr. President. The law is different from ordinary policy or ordinary resolution and so on. This is a law. And so let us go through the due process of being finalized. I note, for instance, that in Nigeria, even if it's a comma that is missing, the president will throw it back to the National Assembly or the governor will throw it back. I mean, it has to be finely processed. That it would take a, that is a law. This is a by-law amendment, so it has to be properly done. That's my view.
Well noted, sir.
Thank you very much. It's noted. Then we will work on it for the next session, the extraordinary session then. So members of the General Conference, we're coming to the end of this business. We approved the Conference Bureau, the Election Committee. We had the list of the applicants for the AAU Governing Board. We adopted the conference program, the presentation of the SG. We ratified new members with the exception of the American College of Science. And the amendment of the Constitution and the bylaws, we are deferring it to the next extraordinary General Conference. Thank you very much. We took more time than we expected. I think we miscalculated the time, but I think it was useful to discuss all the issues in a relatively deep way. Once again, thank you very much. Maybe this is my last time sharing this meeting, and I wish success for everyone. With SG, we will probably meet somewhere, and thank you very much for your job. Thank you.
President, can we also thank you? You know, you and I have come a very, very long way. And when you assumed office as president of AAU, we did set up some you didn't see that, you know, some measure of your success. And at the end, we checked. Number one, oh yes, 100%. Number two, 100%. Also, Kuyambo, you scored 200% in all of the activities that we were supposed to undertake as president. So on behalf of all the members, I'd like to appreciate you, to thank you so very much. When we talked about the SG achieving so much success, you know, I said, he himself said so, that he owes the success to God and also to those who superintended him, like you. So we'd like to thank you for your service to the association, and to let you know in advance that when we convene the special conference to celebrate a healer, you'll be the chairperson of that conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Chairman said to just add the voice again, representing all former Secretary Generals, probably including a healer, is to say that you're not only scoring 200%, I think you have scored 300%.
Hey,
we are so pleased with the way you have managed the board.
Oh, yes.
You have the clout, you have the gut, you have the humility, and you have the respect. So we need, it's very, it's not very often that you celebrate your fellow Africans. People always want to drag you down. But I'm so pleased that you never allow yourself to be dragged down. You look at issues rather than personalities, and you are very objective. So we thank God for that. And we only hope that when you and a healer will be celebrated, other Secretary Generals who have made serious contributions will not be forgotten.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm bringing this.
We are now playing in the same camp.
They are joining the group now.
Yes. Emeritus Secretaries General. Emeritus Secretaries General.
Thank you very
much.
I hand over
Mr. President.
to Professor John Tanba, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, all the participants. I think we're running very much behind schedule, but we'll try and see what we can do. The next session is keynote presentations. And the chair of this session, or the chairs of this session, Professor Bakri Said, one of the AAU vice presidents, and the vice chancellor of Sudan International University, as well as Professor Mohamed A. Masraoui, the Al-Azhar vice chancellor and AAU governing board member. So Professor Bakri, I'd like to hand over to you. You have 3 presentations to oversee, and we hope we'll be able to manage our time very well. Professor Bakri, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Rumba. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like first to welcome my co-chair for this session, Professor Mohammed Al-Mahrasawi. Prophet Mahrasawi, are you there? Hello?
If it's not there, please go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to welcome my rapporteur as well, Felicia. Are you there, Felicia? Right. Okay, we have, I would like to welcome everybody and thanks a lot for your patience. It's already becoming a long day. So we have 3 keynote presentations here of 15 minutes each to be presented by Professor Muhammad Salifu, Ms. Deirdre Lennon, and Professor Paul Tiambi Zeliza. My first speaker, Professor Muhammad Salifu, is an experienced professor with a history full of involvement in research industry and several skills in transportation, logistics, safety modeling, and transportation planning. He obtained a PhD from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, a place where I worked for 10 years of my life. Professor Salifu is a skilled professional in tertiary education policy, planning and management. He's currently the Director General of Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Professor Salifu, the floor is yours. Professor Salifu, are you with us?
Hello, Professor Salifu is not online. Thank you.
He's not.
Mr. Chair, let's move to the next person.
Okay.
Well, let's find out whether the person is around before you introduce the person.
Okay, Ms. Deirdre Lennon, are you here?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. You've been working for international cooperation in higher education since 1992, and since 2009, she's in charge of policy cooperation with Africa at the European Commission's Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport, and Culture, overseeing the higher education initiatives in the framework of the Africa-EU partnership and all Erasmus Plus activities with Africa. Thank you for being with us, and please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished chairs, guests, professors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm going to try and be brief, but bring some key points to you, which I think will be useful to show exactly to what extent the European Union is investing in higher education in Africa, but also wishes to enhance further its engagement with African higher education. Next slide, please. If you allow me, I'm going to give an overview, a snapshot. Sorry, I can hear the interpreter. I'd like to give an overview of the main programs and initiatives that we have with the higher education sector in Africa, and provide a very brief overview of what's available for you as universities. The first is Erasmus, and I'm going to talk about the research programs, the Marie Curie actions. Then I'm going to mention the HAQUA2 initiative, but my colleague Elizabeth Colucci will have a dedicated session on that later. The Intra-Africa Mobility Program, and then we're going to talk a little bit about alumni. Next slide, please. Erasmus is the EU's main program for education and training cooperation in Europe, but also across the world. The program for the next period is going to be emphasizing very much quality in education and training. We've seen that transversal skills of students need to be enhanced to be able to face the new requirements of the labor market. We need to develop a strong teaching community. We need to support the sector, make it more resilient, and to cope better with situations like we've been having in the COVID situation. Education should also contribute to green and digital transition. And in the field of higher education in particular, we want to enhance our geopolitical dimension, so cooperate even more with our partners across the world. Next slide, please. Over the past 6 to 7 years, we've collaborated, offered many opportunities under Erasmus, but just if you look at that graph, you'll see that the contribution, the extent to which we were able to offer opportunities to Africa, the ACP region it was called then, and North Africa was, yes, not as good as it could be. There are other regions which were getting, in particular for Sub-Saharan Africa, there were regions which had many more opportunities. The next slide, please. Now, for the next phase, I'd just like to illustrate to what extent the Erasmus program will be catering for Erasmus. Basically, we're going to have 4 times more budget for Erasmus with Sub-Saharan Africa. So we'll be able to support the mobility of approximately 100,000 staff and students. We'll be able to finance up to 300 projects, partnerships projects. So we're looking for the whole of the continent at a budget of approximately 600 million euro over the next period. Next slide, please. Yes, I've already mentioned this. Sorry, what I can say, if you look at the other regions of the world, you will see that now Sub-Saharan Africa will have a quarter of the budget that's being made available for the whole world. So that really demonstrates the significant increase of importance that we're putting on the African continent. Next slide, please. Through Erasmus, we want to be able to support inclusive and equitable quality education. We want to enhance the sector to contribute to all the sustainable development goals. And we'd like to enhance also people-to-people cooperation between our 2 continents. But in particular, we'd like, and this is particularly important in the field of higher education, innovation and research, is we'd like to support the sector, the higher education sector in particular, to contribute to green and sustainable socioeconomic recovery, growth and prosperity. Next slide, please. I'll briefly mention the actions to you. Just to mention that the next call will be coming out in November, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to forward all the links that you'll need to Nodumo, so that she can circulate it to the whole membership afterwards. And then we'll be able to take questions, and we'll also be offering webinars, information days, and also setting up a network of focal points around the African continent so these people can support the universities in applying for Erasmus grants. So the first type of action are to participate in joint master degrees, and we're offering scholarships for master degree students. We also have actions which teaching and research actions, looking at regional integration, policy debate, exchanges of staff at all levels between universities in Europe and universities in Africa, and also exchanges for staff, not just students, and academic and administrative staff. We also have the capacity building projects, which are partnerships between Europe and Africa, which support the transformation of universities in Africa. So for instance, if you want to integrate new quality assurance mechanisms, build up knowledge hubs, introduce new curriculum, new training programs, this is possible through that action. And the last action are virtual exchanges. So these are platforms which allow young people to debate, to participate in projects online, rather in particular if they're unable to do physical mobility to Europe. Next slide, please. Horizon Europe is our program covering all research and innovation programs. Next slide, please. And in the framework of the coming period, there will be a series of calls which are dedicated specifically to Africa. Now, these calls will be covering areas under health, under natural resources, the digital area, etc. And African universities and research institutes can apply to these actions. Next slide, please. So this Africa initiative is an outcome of the first ministerial between EU and African Union ministers for science, research and higher education last July, and as a result of the commitments made at this ministerial, as I mentioned, there'll be approximately 40 call for proposals specifically targeting EU-Africa cooperation in the field of research and innovation for approximately 350 million euro. The links are there, but we'll be organizing in the next over the summer, the European summer that is, we'll be organizing information sessions on this, and I'll leave you the slides and you can contact me for further information. Next slide, please. The Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions is another initiative I wish to mention to you. Next slide, please. These are fellowships, mobility opportunities for PhD fellows, but also for experienced research staff. So you have the doctoral networks, which are networks organized by the best research institutes in Europe, but also worldwide, and they offer opportunities for young people that want to get their PhD. So they'll be doing it within this network. Then there are the fellowships for postdoctoral researchers and staff exchanges, which allow for agreements between research organizations in Europe and in Africa, whereby staff can be exchanged to work on areas of research which are of interest to both sides. Next slide, please. If you are looking for information on research opportunities, research collaboration, all these calls that I've been mentioning, you can access our portal, which is called Your Access, and find further information there. But as I mentioned, I'll give you, and I'll send it to Nodumo, a sort of a comprehensive list of all the links of where these information on all these calls can be found. Next slide, please. HAQUA. HAQUA is the initiative which is steered by the African Union Commission and the European Commission, and which is aiming to support harmonization, quality assurance, and accreditation in Africa. I think the Secretary General mentioned it. So through this initiative, the African standards and guidelines for quality assurance in higher education were developed. And in the current phase of this initiative, work is being undertaken on, for instance, the setup of the African Continental Agency for Quality Assurance and Accreditation, further support to the CESA agenda, and Elizabeth will describe this later today, or when she has the opportunity of talking to you. Next slide, please. The Intra-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme is a scheme supporting the Nyerere, the African Union's Nyerere scheme, but it's a scheme which is expanding on this and allowing for the exchange of staff and students across the different regions of Africa. The EU universities are technical partners in these initiatives, but all the mobility is actually taking place across the African continent. Our objective as the EU is to support both North-South mobility, but also to support the African Continental Trade Agreement and the protocol for the movement of people around the African continent. This initiative is going to continue in the next period. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. The Alumni Association, ASAF, I think you'll hear from some members of ASAF over the next day and for the conference. ASAF is the Forum for African Students and Alumni. So it's the students and staff that have participated in all our programs, both in the Erasmus program, the Erasmus Mundus program, but also the Intra-Africa program and Nyerere. And it is a platform where they can get together, where they can contribute to higher education development in Africa, where they can bring their voice into higher education and can bring back their voice to the community. And I'd encourage you to discuss with them, bring them in. They are valuable people who can contribute to a revitalization of higher education and university cooperation. Thank you very much. And as I mentioned, I'll be available for questions whenever you need, and I'll be sending you more concrete information on the opportunities. Please, I encourage you to participate in Erasmus, in all these other programs I've mentioned, because there's a significant amount of funding available for Africa, and we really must use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lennon, for a very clear and very informative presentation. Professor Paul Zeleza, are you here? It seems my work has been cut drastically this afternoon. So
hello, excuse me.
Hello, yeah.
Here is Prophet Mahrasawi's office. Hello.
Hello.
Here is
Yeah,
Prophet Mahrasawi's office. Here is
Yeah.
Prophet Mahrasawi's office. It's our pleasure to deliver Prophet Mahrasawi's greetings to all participants and his wishes to AAU to have a successful event as usual. Prophet Mahrasawi waited for about 2 hours, but he had to leave because of an urgent commitment. But I have his presentation to the third presenter, and I wish, and I will share it right now. Is the presenters here? Prof. Paul Zeleza.
Well, it seems
yes,
Professor Zeleza is not here. No?
He's here.
Oh,
He's
there,
here.
there he is. Yeah. Oh, very good. Very good. Good to see you, Sarah. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Very good. Thank you.
والآن ننتقل إلى الموضوع الثالث في هذه الجلسة، وهو بعنوان مستقبل التعليم العالي في إفريقيا. ويسعدنا أن يتحدث عن هذا الموضوع الأستاذ الدكتور بول زيليزا، نائب رئيس جامعة الولايات المتحدة إفريقيا نيروبي كينيا. وسيادته تقلد العديد من المناصب الأكاديمية والإدارية المرموقة في جامعات كندا والولايات المتحدة لمدة 25 عاما، حيث شغل مناصب مدير كلية ومدير مركز ورئيس قسم وعميد كلية ونائب رئيس الجامعة قبل أن يتقلد منصب الرئيس، وأستاذ العلوم الإنسانية والاجتماعية في جامعة الولايات المتحدة الدولية في إفريقيا في يناير من عام 2016. وسيادته عضو بمجلس إدارة الاتحاد الدولي للجامعات والهيئة الاستشارية لتحالف الشراكات الإفريقية، ورئيس المجلس الاستشاري لبرنامج كارينجي للزمالة للمهاجرين الأفارقة، وهو أيضا عضو مجلس أمناء شبكة التعليم الكينية، وكذلك عضو بمجلس جامعة غانا. فليتفضل سيادته مشكورا. والآن
Prof. Zeleza, would you like to take the floor, please?
Yes, thank you very much. The President, Secretary General, and staff of AAU, cabinet ministers, leaders, and representatives of intergovernmental organizations, vice chancellors, rectors, and presidents, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is really a great honor and privilege for me to share with you some views on the future of higher education in Africa. First slide, please. Yes. Higher education in Africa and around the world is in a moment of rapid transition and transformation, thanks to the massive disruptions of COVID-19 that have accelerated long-term trends and exposed and exacerbated the sector's systemic deficiencies and inequalities. In this presentation, I will examine the present and future of African higher education. First, I'll look at the enduring challenges facing the sector. Second, the agenda for reform and transformation. And third, the desired trajectories for 2050. The challenges facing African higher education are well known. First, there is limited institutional supply in terms of the numbers of universities and enrollment ratios. In 2018, there were 1,682 universities on the continent, up from 784 in 2000 and 294 in 1980. Clearly, higher education has experienced explosive growth. Yet, in global terms, Africa's share of the world's 18,772 higher education institutions remained low at 8.9%, compared to 37% for Asia, 21.9% for Europe, 20.4% for North America, and 12% for Latin America and the Caribbean. The total number of students in African higher education institutions in 2017 stood at 14.7 million out of the world's 220.7 million, which means 6.6%. Second, many African universities suffer from inadequate financial resources, as all major sources are constrained: tuition fees, auxiliary income, research grants, government subventions, philanthropic donations, and concessional loans. Third, human capital remains deficient, especially in terms of faculty, as African universities are not producing enough graduates with terminal degrees. Fourth, research output is low. According to the latest UNESCO World Science Report, launched on June 11th this year, Africa spends only 0.59% of its GDP on research and development, compared to a world average of 1.79%. Not surprisingly, the continent accounts for a mere 1.01% of global R&D expenditures, 2.5% of global researchers, and 3.5% of scholarly publications, compared to 45.7%, 44.5%, and 48% respectively for Asia. The entire African continent, with a population of 1.3 billion people, produces less scholarly publications than Canada, 3.6%, with a population of 37.7 million. The data for the cutting-edge fields of the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence and robotics, biotechnology, energy, materials, nanoscience, and nanotech, and optoelectronics is even more abysmal. Fifth, infrastructures are often suboptimal. Physical facilities do not always match growth in enrollment and academic programs, and deferred maintenance is rampant. Underinvestment in electronic infrastructures became cruelly evident under COVID-19 that led to campus closures and forced universities to transition online for teaching, operations, and service delivery, which some universities were unable to. Sixth, leadership and governance systems are regularly compromised by external interventions and politicization, internal dysfunctions, authoritarianism, corruption, and lack of leadership development opportunities. Seventh, as university communities become more disparate and demands grow, academic cultures are more complex, and contestations over equity, diversity, and inclusion intensify. Eighth, the quality of graduates remains problematic, as evident in persistent mismatches between university education and economic needs that translates into high levels of unemployability. Ninth, there is the challenge of balancing the historical legacies and contemporary pressures of asymmetrical internationalization and the enduring demands of intellectual, institutional, and ideological decolonization and indigenization. Finally, African universities do not fare well in international higher education rankings. For example, in the Times Higher Education 2021 World University Rankings, only 60 African universities are included among the 1,500 listed, led by Egypt with 21, followed by South Africa with 10, Algeria 8, Nigeria 6, Morocco and Tunisia 5 each, and 1 each for Kenya, Uganda, and Ghana. Notwithstanding their problems, as instruments of global academic capitalism, rankings have a material impact on the intensifying competition for students, faculty, and resources. Finally, African universities are not immune from the increasingly pernicious features of the contemporary academy. They include what I call the 5 C's: corporatization of management, application of often inappropriate business practices in the leadership and management of universities, consumerization of students, expectations and treatment of students as consumers in a market transaction, not as learners in an educational environment, credentialing of learning, prioritization of short-term vocational education in place of intellectually demanding learning and the proficiencies and dispositions of the liberal arts, casualization of faculty, devaluation of academic labor, and growth of adjuncting due to shortage of qualified faculty, and then commoditization of knowledge, the growth of proprietary norms of knowledge production and consumption. Next slide. The agenda for reform and transformation. As the popular saying goes, the flip side of a challenge is an opportunity. The same is true of a crisis as devastating and disruptive as COVID-19. African universities face 3 scenarios. Some will be focused on reclaiming the pre-pandemic past, which is inadvisable in my view. Others will embark on reforms that incorporate the impact and lessons of the pandemic into their culture and vision. The brave ones will try to use the pandemic to launch or accelerate an institutional transformation agenda. For some, what is at stake is survival. For others, stability. And for many, sustainability. Given the limitations of time, I identify 7 areas of reform and transformation, which I'll list, not elaborate extensively. First is promoting financial sustainability. This requires governments to significantly raise funding for universities as an essential public good and investment for innovative and inclusive sustainable development. Universities establishing differentiated pricing, tuition pricing, and targeted student aid, exercising prudent financial management, aggressively diversifying revenue streams from research grants, auxiliary services, to undertaking entrepreneurial activities, raising donations from alumni, local high net worth individuals whose numbers are exploding. For example, a report by Frank Knight notes that in 2020, there were 231,000 high net worth individuals with a collective wealth of nearly 2 trillion on this continent. And of course, raising donations also from local and international philanthropic foundations, creating institutional mergers for public and private universities that are too small or too similar to survive, and forging robust inter-institutional collaborations to leverage resource procurement and academic exchanges, and strengthening external partnerships with other higher education institutions, international and intergovernmental organizations, the private sector, including the development of public-private partnerships. Second is the challenge of building faculty capacities, which is imperative. This requires expanding graduate education, postgraduate opportunities, faculty exchanges, and transnational and inter-institutional collaborations in teaching, research, and public service. Also, African universities, supported by their governments, should pursue the recruitment for a specified time of excess academic labor from countries in the global north, such as the US, where such labor exists in abundance because of overproduction of terminal degrees and the neoliberal restructuring of American universities. As we all know, one of the challenges of universities in the global north is students, and they do not hesitate to, of course, try to mobilize students from the global south. Further, the continent should mobilize the academic diaspora. Already the diaspora is Africa's biggest donor. It remitted in 2019 $84.3 billion, higher than any other source of external funding. Not the EU, not China, not the United States. The diaspora possesses massive intellectual, if you want to use that term, remittances, which should similarly be marshaled. And of course, it's also important to ensure robust faculty support from remuneration to research. Next slide. Third is the need to continually upgrade infrastructure to meet changing demographics of students, curricula, and pedagogical demands of the 21st century higher education. For physical infrastructures, it is important to build and maintain state-of-the-art and adequate classrooms, laboratories, hostels, and sports facilities. COVID-19 has underscored the need for enhancing electronic infrastructure, digital literacy, and skills in African universities. As part of this agenda, there is need to embed digital transformation in institutional culture, from strategic planning, organizational structure, to operational processes. Rethink capital expenditures that historically favored physical plant. Develop online design competencies. Entrench technology-mediated modalities of teaching and learning, encompassing face-to-face, blended, and online. Embrace pedagogical changes in terms of curricular design and delivery that involves students as active participants in the learning process rather than as passive consumers. Promote holistic and innovative curricula that impart the skills for the jobs of the 21st century. A lot of reports indicate that a lot is changing. For example, the World Economic Forum, in a report in October, showed that about 85 million jobs are going to disappear in the next 4 years, up to 2025, but about 97 million new jobs are going to be created that require digital competences. Adopt the use of educational technologies that support the whole student for student success, going beyond degree completion. Create effective policies and interventions to address the digital divides and issues of mental health disorders and learning disability. Safeguard data protection, security, and privacy. Pay special attention to international students who face unique barriers. Form meaningful partnerships with external constituencies and stakeholders, including digital technology and telecommunication companies. And anchor research and innovation in the technological infrastructure that supports and enhances the opportunities of the fourth industrial revolution. Next. Fourth is research cultures and productivity must be strengthened. African countries, that includes governments, the private sector, intergovernmental agencies such as the African Development Bank, the continent's mushrooming foundations, and the universities themselves must fulfill their commitments to raise research funding significantly as a share of GDP to the world average. Clear and robust research policies and incentives need to be developed to provide adequate support to research-intensive universities and research-oriented faculty. In this context, it is particularly critical to promote interdisciplinary research on national, regional, and global visions, such as the AU's Agenda 2063 and the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Also critical is pursuit of open access, brokerage, and advisory services, promoting scientific literacy in society and global standards for research and innovation. Current discourse tends to pit STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and math, against the humanities and social sciences, to valorize the former and disparage the latter. In reality, UNESCO's report notes, and I quote, "The relationships between science, society, policy, and politics have always been complex and contested. Too often in the past, perspectives from the social sciences and humanities have been overlooked, despite the reality that human behavior and sociological dimensions are key to successful decision-making, as demonstrated by the debates on both the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, end of quote. Fifth, it's important to enhance the quality of graduates. This entails strengthening high-impact pedagogical practices that include first-year seminars and experiences, providing common intellectual experiences, establishing learning communities, writing intensive courses, collaborative assignments and projects, undergraduate research, diversity/global learning, e-portfolios that contain the records of the students' academic and co-curricular performance for life, community and service-based learning, internships, and of course, capstone courses and projects. The aim should be to cultivate among students lifelong learning skills and mindsets for critical thinking, effective communication, creativity, curiosity, collaboration, problem solving, adaptability, principled and ethical behavior, and resilience. Next slide, please. 6, developing effective leadership requires ensuring that appointments for institutional heads and governing boards are based on verifiable leadership competences, passion, and understanding of the higher education sector. Sometimes, as we all know, these tend to be highly politicized. Moreover, university leaders at all levels, from department chairs to deans, vice chancellors to board members, must undergo periodic leadership development training, specifically tailored for higher education. The pandemic has demonstrated the need for university leaders to sharpen their skills in terms of financial acuity, cultural competence, technological deftness, crisis management, entrepreneurial mindset, political savviness, as we live in increasingly polarized societies, empathy and respect for multiple stakeholders, multi-genre communication, not simply being able to read or rather to speak and communicate in writing well, but also to use all these new fangled technologies. High emotional intelligence, and of course, agility. Finally, promoting social trust and more productive cultures is required for institutional transformation and success. This entails upholding academic freedom in terms of both freedom of inquiry and institutional autonomy, which is under challenge in many of our countries. Practicing shared governance, in which the roles and responsibilities of faculty, management, and governing boards are understood and respected. Promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion for underrepresented groups as an institutional priority. Cultivating a culture of civility and collegiality, and curtailing academic bullying and mobbing. Developing effective internal and external communication tailored for different stakeholders, and embracing social responsibility and impact as part of an institution's mission and values. Finally, visioning African higher education in 2050, the last slide. In March 2015, the first African Higher Education Summit was held in Dakar, Senegal. The summit identified the challenges and opportunities for African universities in the realization of the African Union's Agenda 2063. Quote, a blueprint and master plan for transforming Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. The continent's strategic framework that aims to deliver on its goal for inclusive and sustainable development, end of quote. I was commissioned to write the framing paper for the summit and helped draft the declaration and action plan, which identified 8 priorities. Building on this, I would like to conclude with a possible vision of the African higher education landscape in 2050, when Africa will have an estimated 2.5 billion people, 25.5% of the world's population. Quality and transformative higher education will be indispensable to turn this explosive growth into a demographic dividend rather than a disaster, a Malthusian nightmare for Africa and the world. First, by 2050, Africa should have greatly expanded the higher education system with an average enrollment ratio of at least 50%, which is likely to be the global average. A system firmly anchored on the values of access, affordability, and inclusive excellence. Second, it should be a financially sustainable, efficient, technologically advanced, locally rooted, and globally competitive system that attracts high-quality students, faculty, leaders, research grants, donations, and a diverse range of symmetrical and beneficial partnerships. Third, there should be a comprehensive higher education ecosystem characterized by diversification, differentiation, harmonization, relevance, flexibility, and resilience. What we see in the last 2 decades is universities mushrooming and basically just copying each other and each one thinking they can be research intensive or they focus on the easily marketable areas, and ignore really educating these young people. Fourth, African universities should be committed to academic freedom, shared governance, and social responsibility, which was, of course, as we know, one of the key documents that came out of a very important conference in 1990, sponsored by Quadrennial, on the rights and social responsibility of African intellectuals. Fifth, they will be renowned for excellence in teaching and learning, research and scholarship, innovation and entrepreneurship, and public service and engagement. Sixth, our universities will be engines for transformations with powerful capacities in research, science, technology, and innovation that provide solutions for the continent's and world's development challenges and visions. Seventh, they will play a major role in promoting the Pan-African and nationalist agendas of epistemic and economic decolonization, nation building, development, democracy, equality, human rights, justice, rule of law, and regional integration. Finally, they'll be producing highly skilled, innovative, employable, ethical, and civic-minded graduates, and informed and engaged citizens. This future is within our power to create as leaders of higher education on our beloved continent by working together with each other, with other key stakeholders, including governments, intergovernmental organizations, the private sector, and civil society. Let us marshal the necessary political will to bring that future sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. This is very enlightening, and thanks for sharing so many insights with us. Very, very stimulating. I think we have some time for.
Prof. Bakri?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'd like to thank Prof. Zeliza for his informative presentation, and allow me, Prof. Bakri, please, to share a short speech for Prof. Al-Mahrasawi.
Yeah, sure.
Here is the. Okay, merci. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Prof.
Thank you.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه والتابعين ومن صار على هديه ليوم الدين. السيد الأستاذ الدكتور أورلاندو رئيس مجلس إدارة اتحاد الجامعات الإفريقية، السيد الأستاذ الدكتور إتيان إيهيلي الأمين العام لاتحاد الجامعات الإفريقية، السادة الأفاضل قادة مؤسسات التعليم العالي بالقارة الإفريقية والمنظمات الدولية، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وبعد، فأهلا وسهلا بحضراتكم في المؤتمر العام ال15 لاتحاد الجامعات الإفريقية، والذي يقام تحت رعاية فخامة السيد نانا آدو رئيس جمهورية غانا. السادة الحضور، إن التعليم بصفة عامة هو أساس التنمية الشاملة لأي دولة، وإفريقيا هي موطن أقدم جامعات العالم، ففيها جامعة القرويين بمدينة فاس بالمغرب، وفيها الأزهر الشريف الذي مر على إنشائه أكثر من 1000 عام. والتحدي الحقيقي لقارة إفريقيا في القرن ال21 هو القدرة على تطوير قطاع التعليم العالي، حيث أصبحت التكنولوجيا الحديثة قوة مزلزلة لنظام التعليم العالي، سعيا لتخريج دفعات تتمتع بالمعرفة الواسعة التي تتناسب مع مجتمع التعليم المتنامي. وفي هذه الجلسة سنتعرف على مستقبل التعليم العالي في إفريقيا من خلال إلقاء نظرة على إسهامات الاتحاد الأوروبي في التعليم العالي الإفريقي في ظل جائحة كوفيد-19 والتعرف على أحدث تجارب الدول الإفريقية وعرض تجربة التعليم العالي بدولة غانا. والموضوع بعنوان وضع التعليم العالي في غانا الماضي والحاضر والمستقبل.
Hello,
Professor Bakri.
Hello, is Professor Salifu here? Or because
we don't hear Professor Masraoui, so go ahead, please.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we will just go into the discussion. So please, any questions or comments? I can see some lips moving without hearing any. So some people need to remember to unmute. I don't know how can we reach them.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you for muting
please.
us, Mr. Chair. I thoroughly enjoyed the keynote address by Professor Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. It's a keynote address like no other. Before I proceed, I'd like to bow and tremble and pay homage to Professor Pai Obanya, who is somewhere here in the room, who employed me in Lagos State University as senior lecturer 37 years ago, a former Assistant Director General of UNESCO, Professor Pai Obanya. Now, Professor Paul Tiyambe Zeleza gave us an impressive situation analysis about the firmament of higher education in Africa. And it also gave us an impressive menu of solutions. And what occurred to me towards the end is the challenge is not that we do not know many of these solutions. The challenge is in making them happen. The challenge is you get somebody into office as a vice chancellor, as a chairman of the board, either council or board of trustees, and there's a bug that bites them. That no, they know all of these things. You see, when you have some candidates applying to be vice chancellors and you interview them, in their vision statement, they say all of these things that Professor, or most of these things that Professor Zeleza has said. But as soon as they get there, there's a bug that bites them. And I think that bug has not been addressed in this keynote address. And that bug is some lethargy, is some inclement environment that causes them to have a depressed level of enthusiasm to be able to pursue all of these solutions that he has proffered. The challenge is in getting those at the higher levels of governance. You know, you stop at the level of leadership, say of the university, at the level of government, at the level of the minister, at the level of the president, at the level of the proprietor of the university, to support that these things should be made to happen. I will be glad to see some mention of good practices that would have made my day for him to say, in my university, Professor Paul Zeleza, this is what I've been able to do. So it's not all theory and theory, but good enough, I was able to say, Professor Louis Omolayo Adekola said a message, chat message, that at Advanced Edge Africa, they are doing some of these things. So I'm looking forward to such good practices. I think what we must be celebrating will be these good practices and modeling them. We know of all these challenges, we know of the solutions, but making them happen is a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please. Professor Fred Moy, I would like to unmute and go ahead, please. Yes.
Please, we have 10 minutes more.
Are some people finding difficulty in unmuting their microphones?
No, it's not difficulty. The host or co-host has to, chairman, the host or co-host has to press a button to say that it should be unmuted. So it's not the, it's not we
I think, yeah, I think some people are trying to unmute unsuccessfully. Oh yes, yes. I mean, can the host please
or co-host
help?
Yes.
Or co-host can
yeah.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Finally, the host has unmuted my microphone. Professor Seleza, I would like to commend you for your very insightful presentation. Having lived in the diaspora and you are now back in Africa providing leadership, I would like to find out from you what you think, how the political will in Africa can tap the talent and the potential of the people in the diaspora. It's not sufficient just to say we are giving these remittances, but how do we positively tap the energy, the talent of the people in the diaspora to help advance the higher education in Africa? I would like to hear your perspective. The political will and our own colleagues who are based in Africa, how do we collaboratively and meaningfully work together to promote higher education?
Thank you. We'll take more questions, please, before we, yeah, please. Professor Mapopa, can you unmute, please? Can the host or co-host unmute? Professor Mapopa, Oscar, please. Please. Yes, you have. Go ahead, please.
I appreciate. My name is Mapopa Mpande. I'm a product of USIU, where Professor Tiambe Zeleza is the VC. First of all, I appreciate the initiative of the AAU. And my brothers and sisters, our founding fathers of Africa who did their part, left a lot of responsibility to us. And especially you, my professors, you have a real role that this continent moves forward. What do we want to leave behind? I'm grateful that what you are doing is commendable, but the issue which one of the professors pointed out in connection to the presentation by Professor Zeleza, that what is applicable. Let me mention this, that the culture of the university, especially of USIU, has some best practices. And to a large extent, the leadership, which was laid down by Lillian Beam in terms of a lot of characteristics, focusing on the students according to the needs of the time. Now, as I was following, I have been here right from the beginning, I see a lot of gap, but literally, this competition is important, but collaboration is also important. And also I see the gap in governance. And finally, let me finish my remark, that if you have a leader who is performing, those people are rare to come across. Mandela's are very rare. Now, also the system of the leader who is performing and pushing them aside, bringing another one, I think that is undoing. But all in all, the people who have made it, I have been reading about this, the people who have made it, there has been long history, but there is a lot of sacrifice and the will to leave something behind, not just money or power. So please, the leadership to a large extent is in our hands, but especially you people. I think the element of sacrifice is very important. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, yes, Ali, but you need to unmute, please. Can the host or co-host unmute?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairman, and Jazakallahu Khair. My name is Ali Adam from Ummah University, and I congratulate the African Association of University, and I really love the association, the good things that we are doing there. My first question is it that why do the African higher education, particularly these are the best institutions that is led by the most learned people, why do we have challenges that we cannot maintain the tradition of excellences, whereby, for example, once a professor leaves as a vice chancellor, another one will come and work hard to replace all the systems in that way by really reversing all the gains that has been achieved? Why can we build institutions that are resilient against political, economic, the hardship? I think that is a question that we really need to answer. For example, in this country, my country, Kenya, we have been having where, of course, the political interference is there, but our institutions are very vulnerable. Even we have got religious universities in this country where corruption is really at the center of the play, bad governance is the center of the play. They are the victims of ethnicity, among other things. What's wrong with us? Is it that our scholarly freedom, which Professor Zaleza was saying, is not working for us, where we can be able to have the skills of negotiating our way for the interest of our country? Where are we going wrong, my brothers and sisters? Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sally, for your questions and comment. Yes, please. I think we have just another 5 minutes.
An electronic hand. Yeah. There is an electronic hand that is up. Electronic hand. Louis Omolayo, Adekola, there's a hand up there.
Oh, okay. Can the host or co-host then unmute?
I can actually unmute myself.
Oh yeah, okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've been part of this session since the start, and I must say that this has been absolutely mind-blowing for me. I'm a very young person. I'm not a professor yet. I'm just privileged to be here. And I just want to take it from the angle of walking the talk. We have talked and heard a lot of things today, and we need to put it into action. The first thing I want to talk about is, how can we begin to get younger people involved? I did my first degree in education management. I did a master's in comparative education. Then I went abroad to do international education and development. But I see a lot of young people who are passionate about education, whether they got into education by choice or by circumstances, but they're interested. How can we begin to get them involved? Because I see these presentations today, I've not really seen young voices. And I think these are really important because the future that we're trying to create for Africa is really about us. So I was a development officer in the State University in Nigeria for many years before I traveled abroad. And now that I've learned better about transforming advancement centers, fundraising, alumni relations, partnerships, and all that. And that's what we're currently doing at Advantage Africa, which Professor Okebukola mentioned earlier. And I think that this point that we've gotten to in African universities, we need to involve younger people. We need to understand that some things are changing in the world faster than we're thinking. And the younger people understand some of these things. Some of us are in the university system, some of us are not. So we need to develop models that involve the younger people within the academia and those in the private sector to tap into these resources. So thank you all for this great session and for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. I now have to go back to Prof. Zaleza to respond to these questions. But before doing that, I would like to encourage my young colleagues to look up his CV, Professor Zaleza. CV on the conference website. It's very inspiring. Prof, would you like to respond to those comments?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for the comments and the questions. They were really, really great. And of course, we could spend the whole day talking about these issues, and obviously we don't have the time. So let me just very quickly address what Professor Peter Bukola raised in terms of some examples. And I avoided giving a lot of examples because it was a presentation for 15 minutes. So let me give you an example from our own university, how we try to manage COVID-19. So we closed on the 17th of March in 2020. The government wanted us, of course, all the education institutions to close at that time. We started classes the next day online. Why were we able to make the transition so quickly and so almost seamlessly? We had developed a business continuity plan years before. And we had invested heavily in electronic infrastructure. And we did surveys, we do surveys every year to find out how many of our students have access to smart gadgets. And we knew 94% had those gadgets. And therefore we could transition reasonably well. But we also knew there were problems with regards to bandwidth, with regards to electricity, and so on and so forth. So we went ahead and developed partnerships with the two large telecommunication companies in Kenya, Safaricom and Telcom, for reduced costs of internet access. That, of course, did not solve all the problems. And we therefore also made it possible to have both synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning. And we accelerated our efforts for online degree development. And the Commission for University Education, we had presented a syllabus, and they approved us last year. So we are the first university in Kenya to be approved for an online degree. What we were doing in the emergency remote teaching and learning was not online teaching. We were using online platforms, because online teaching is a very different kettle of fish. And what we did was also, of course, to provide robust training for faculty and robust training for students. And as part of that agenda, we have entered into a partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, in which we're going to do a couple of things. One, it's a consortium of 13 African universities in which we're going to be developing capabilities in terms of online degree design. And then also, we're going to use that relationship to develop 10 new online degree programs for USIU. So we have tried to make sure that we do serious strategic planning. So a lot of the things I was talking about in terms of the digitalization is something that we're doing. And we have now new degrees that are coming on stream that CUE just approved us. One is a Bachelor of Science in Data Science and Analytics, a Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering, a Master's of Science in Information Security, a PhD in IST, and we're developing a degree in gaming. So we're really focusing on this, and at the same time, making sure that our students are exposed to the liberal arts as a mandatory part. So 1/3 of every student's degree at USIU is in general education. On the question of the diaspora, again, very quickly, Professor Fred Nafuko, who is an older buddy of mine, the political will is a difficult one. Our governments talk a good game. Our international organizations talk a good game, but they usually don't deliver. I think it's also incumbent upon us as educators to really take our role seriously in the sense of lobbying governments. We produce a lot of knowledges in our institutions, but translating that knowledge into policy is a problem. A minister does not have a time to read all these highfalutin papers. They want something that can capture their imagination So the issue of translation of research into policy, the role of brokerage of research into policy is something very important. So universities need to work with think tanks. They need also to develop capacities for translation of research into implementable policies. With regards to the whole question of the diaspora, I'll be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow, but just to say that the initiative has to be on both sides, on the diaspora side and on the Africa side. And as some of you may know, I did research on the engagement of African academics in Canada and the United States when I lived in the US, how they engage African higher education institutions. And in 2013, we established a program called the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program, in which we sponsor academics in Canada, African-born academics in Canada and the US, to universities in 9 African countries. So far, we have sponsored 547 academics, and they get into curriculum co-development, collaborative research, and of course, graduate student training and supervision. And this program has been very successful, and we have now scaled it up. We have created a consortium of African diaspora scholars programs that will engage the entire African diaspora, not just the African-born, and also the entire African continent. And we are looking, obviously, for collaborators in universities on the continent and abroad, working with governments, working with international and intergovernmental organizations. But Papa Mpande, I'm glad you are an alumni of USIU, so it's always good to see our alumni. I think yes, we have a responsibility, all of us, we the older ones, as well as, of course, the younger ones, to work together to move the agenda. I look at development and I look at the nationalist project as a relay race. We pass on the baton and not monopolize the race. And of course, we need to share best practices. There are a lot of really good practices around this continent. But the tendency is for us to look for best practices abroad, outside the continent, because we don't engage each other as much as we should. You find that a scholar in Kenya is more familiar with scholarship in London than scholarship in Kampala. In fact, African scholarship, more than 60% of our publications are with international, meaning non-African scholars, which is the highest rate in the world. Others collaborate within their regions. With us, we collaborate with the global north. There's nothing wrong with collaborating with the global north, but start collaborating with each other. So we need to do that. And of course, there are gaps in governance. Some of the issues you talked about is also attitudes of each one of us as individuals. Yes, there has to be sacrifice, but there's also need for humility. To Professor Okebukola's point earlier on, a lot of us, once we get into these positions, we grow these wings and we think we are very important, we are very special. No, you are a caretaker. We have to take seriously the issue of servant leadership. It also means you have to develop systems of accountability, systems of assessment, systems of evaluation that are going to, of course, keep your feet to the fire. Ali, finally, leadership, I think the issue is that, yes, there are all those problems you noted, but governance, corruption, and so on. And I think we need also to ensure that we practice, we institute leadership transitions. And you find that the transition of one leader to the next can be very, very ugly. And as you rightly noted, you want to erase the record of your predecessor, which is stupid. You want to build on that record. So managing leadership transitions. When I came to USIU in 2016, in January, the university had put in place a leadership transition plan. So my predecessor—
Sir, I'm sure we're all quite engaged, actually, in this session.
Yes.
We've exceeded our time by 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
It was time well spent, though. And at the end of this session, I would like, on behalf of all participants, to really show a lot of appreciation and thanks to our speakers. Ms. Deidre Len, and Professor Elza. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Professor Said
And
Bakr.
thank Jonathan for not telling me off for exceeding the
Thank you very much. So we will now move to the next session. Sorry for the time delay. The next session is on session 3, higher education survivor in the era of COVID-19. Professor Nuama will be chairing the session. Professor Nuama, I hope you're on this call.
Professor, are you giving us dinner before or after the session
who are
today?
Yes, okay, because let's finish this one, then we'll see whether we shall have electronic dinner or not.
Oh, yes.
And some of us have to leave because we have a curfew, and the curfew hour is about to spring on us. It's 9 o'clock here in Nairobi.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Professor Zeleza. So, Professor Nuama, over to you.
Okay, then I think most people are going and most people are not around, so we are going to make it short and straightforward. And then we would call the first presenter to make his presentation.
Yeah, it's Professor Healy, AAU Secretary General.
Okay. Yes, okay. Professor Healy, we are waiting for your presentation. Is he around?
Then we'll move to the second person while waiting for him in the interest of time, Professor Jegede.
Okay.
Awesome, but the correct pronunciation of that beautiful name is Jegede, not Jegede. You have to take no, hold on. You have to come and enroll for a 2-credit course with me. Tuition free to be able to pronounce that name.
Okay, noted, sir, noted. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, so Prof.
Which Prof are you calling?
Prof, I don't want to mention the name. So
yeah, it's in the room. Okay, cause him to unmute himself. I can see, I've checked, it's in the room. Can the co-host or host unmute him? Okay, can somebody unmute him? Ask him to unmute. Yeah, it's in the room. Can somebody cause him to unmute himself?
Prof. Jegede, please unmute yourself.
No, somebody has to, yeah, somebody's trying to unmute him now. He has to be caused to unmute himself. The host, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, so
okay. Can you shoot the presentation, please?
Sorry? What did you say?
I say Nodumu should shoot the presentation, please.
Which one? Is it my own or your own?
Both of them.
I was going to share my screen.
Okay, so go ahead, please. Go ahead,
okay,
Prof. I will come later.
Okay, so let me share.
Hey, what is happening to mine? What is happening to my?
We are not seeing your screen, sir.
Project that we can share your presentation for you.
Then do so, please.
Yeah, okay, share his presentation so I can be saying next slide. That will be better.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. All right. Are we okay now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, please, go ahead, Prof.
Okay, so I want to move quickly to what I'm to do. I don't want, come on. All right. I will be, I'll be talking about what is trending. I will look at mega factors. I will look at the situation, and I will look at the major issues that we need in terms of the environment. I will look at how we are redefining higher education. I thank you for allowing me to be part of this 15th AAU conference, especially as we need to look at the pandemic and post-pandemic era with the view of achieving excellence in higher education. Higher education in Africa has remained solid, and it is making progress, without doubt. However, it is not yet uhuru, and there's a lot more to be done in the long journey ahead. The trends in higher education are as follows. There are 4 of them. One is there's increase in blended learning programs, and I hope everybody is hearing me. We are integrating life skills into higher education. There's a rapid rise in micro-credentials, and there's growth potential in mobile technology. But the emerging trend in higher education has now been colored by mega factors. And the mega factors are as listed in mega factor 1, a shift in the philosophy of learning, the use of social constructivism, and the rest. But there is a second mega factor set. The other major mega factors are the transformative power of technologies and the global pandemic of COVID-19. COVID-19 has devastated education and has disrupted everything at all levels. And let us note, COVID-19 is never going away. It's not going to go away completely. So we must live with it. Although the worst crisis in our times, it is also revolutionizing digital and online education. It was COVID that made this mode of teaching and learning gain acceptance worldwide and burgeoned at the higher education level, even at a time when many institutions didn't want to hear about distance education or that mode of teaching and learning. But in Africa, we have the dilemma. We have the abundance of materials, but we have not been able to get our act together. And quoting my friend, Professor Kebukola, 2015, when he gave a lecture, a convocation lecture, he said, and I quote, "Several challenges are there: poverty of leadership, political instability, lack of political will, socio-cultural differences, peer development policies, and implementation." And this has been our problem in Africa. We keep talking about the Africa we want, 2063. And it is that we should create an Africa of our dreams that is prosperous, healthy, And to achieve this, Africa must refocus on using education as a fundamental instrument. And that is why higher education is central. We need to talk about the 21st century world. We need to talk about the 21st century way of learning. We need to talk about who these 21st century learners are. We need to talk about the 21st century teachers. And we need to talk about learning in the 21st century, where by 2025, in fact 2050, over 75% of those studying by ODL will be between 18 and 19 years old. We must also talk about 21st century world and technology, where we need to address the impact of technological advances on education and learning, such as talking about artificial intelligence, mobile technologies, the Internet of Things, OER, MOOCs, social media for creating knowledge society. So we need to redefine higher education. How? By transformation. Our colleague just talked about transformation in his last presentation. So what kind of transformation should we aim at? One, we must transform self, individual and institution. We must transform our practice, leadership and infrastructure. We should transform society, our mission and vision and the people through higher education. We must transform the environment, social, ecological, financial, and networking. There are three major issues that are centrally implicated with regard to provision of higher education in Africa, particularly the environment. One, quality of higher education. Two, the type and medium of educational provision. Three, the provision and training of teachers, which I see as central. And we must be talking about lifelong learning and mass education. This is Africa, 40% annual increase in primary education, 30 million are ready. We need at least 4 million primary school teachers. Higher education requires 465,000 teachers. How are we going to go by it? And that's why I now take the three issues quickly. Quality. Quality control and quality assurance. There is ample evidence that many institutions of higher learning have continued to make education more accessible. But the literature points out that it has not meant an improvement in the quality of education provided by the institution. In spite of all work that Professor Kebukola and his group are doing, knocking their heads everywhere, running around the country, many institutions are not taking it seriously, according to this. There are types of quality we need to look at. Quality control, quality enhancement, quality assessment, quality maintenance, and quality assurance. Now let's go to the type and medium of instructional provisions that we must be the environment we need to look at. We must integrate blended learning in COVID-19 era. We must use a matrix of various distance learning scenarios. That is, we must look at video, audio, multimedia, computers, other digital devices, and let them work alongside elements of teaching and learning, where you'll be talking about format of content, devices to access content, accessibility, course and content management, student-student interaction and collaboration, as well as assessment. The effectiveness of higher education amidst the pandemic should focus on three things: access, engagement, and assessment of learning. These are the things that will give us the positive environment that we need. What about the last point I want to make? That is provision and training of teachers. At the moment, we have many unqualified, untrained, and underqualified teachers, even at the university level. And yet Africa is spiraling, has a spiraling population growth, and population is doubling, the doubling rate and high birth rates that we have, and we have a very high teacher-pupil ratio, and we must do something about it. And that's why we must use ICT competency framework for teachers, and UNESCO has got it all defined for us. There are 18 competencies, 6 major aspects of teacher professional practice, and then you have 3 phases across knowledge acquisition, knowledge deepening, and knowledge creation, as illustrated in this chart. Again, we don't have time to look at it. You can get the papers and study it. And mass education must be what we'll be doing. Weapon of mass instruction, democratize education. We must be flexible, quality assured, allow individual learning, and at their own pace. Again, about teachers, the framework, Dakar Framework Action 2000 said this: teachers are essential players in promoting quality education. Whether in school or in more flexible community-based programs, they are advocates for and catalysts of change. No education reform is likely to succeed without the active participation and ownership of teachers. How can our teachers teach using online, using digital, when they themselves lack this? Some of them even avoid it. Some of them run away from it. Some of them don't even have computers on their desk. Some of them, because of age, don't want to do this. And yet it has become so important. Teachers are the main determinant of quality in education. If they are pathetic, as we have, if they are uncommitted, as we have, if they are uninspired, lazy, unmotivated, immoral, antisocial, etc., they are not only useless, but dangerous. The kind of teacher trained and posted to the schools may well determine what the next generation will be. It will determine what the environment is going to be. As I conclude, these are the things we need in Africa. Continuous learning must be made mandatory. We must institute quality assurance and risk management in all higher educational institutes. We must improve training and scholarship to support the function. We must provide appropriate infrastructure and funding to support transformation in higher education to create that environment that we need. We must provide technological support to streamline these processes. What about people getting, it's difficult, even universities are finding it difficult to pay for satellite connections or Wi-Fi and all that. And so students are finding it difficult to even charge in the villages How can we talk about this? So Africa must look at this in the 21st century. The academic community must enforce national and continental regulatory frameworks, including what we have with private partner sectors. We must develop multi-skilled and multitask education passes, and our government must help the system. In the pandemic and post-pandemic era, the way forward will be, one, as knowledge providers, higher education institutions must constantly question how well we are serving our clientele. That is the learners. How much are we doing it? We have the higher education practitioners coalesce our model, the model we use, with our mission. Why do we are confusing it? Our model is now threatened. We now need to look at the mission. Technology will change how we work, how we disseminate knowledge, and how we view the practice and philosophy of training educated citizens. And that is why our model must change to give us the befitting, enabling environment. In this era of pandemic and post-pandemic, we must all know how to utilize institutional, national, and international platforms, including the digital one. We must be able to conduct synchronous online instruction. We must organize video-based flipped learning and use of other technologies. We must equip teachers and learners to address changes in the new ways. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much also. Do we ask questions now or we move on and then come back?
Well, we move on, Prof. Let's move on.
Yes, because of the time. Okay. So, Professor Healy,
yes,
I think you have the floor.
Okay, Nuru, please share my presentation. Okay, mine will be very short. It's about an overview of AAU's strategic initiative in dealing with COVID-19. Next slide, please. The presentation will focus on 4 main points. Please, next slide. We will talk about AAU's vision and mission, AAU's approach to support higher education institutions during COVID-19, give also some example of AAU intervention during COVID-19, and conclude with potential areas of collaboration. Next slide. The vision of AAU is to be the leading advocate for higher education in Africa with the capacity to provide support for its member institutions in meeting national, continental, and global needs. The mission of AAU is mainly to enhance the quality and relevance of higher education in Africa and strengthen its contribution to Africa's development. Next. What was our approach during the pandemic? First, we were supporting the broader higher education institution. We brought support to member universities and also support for higher education institutions involved in specific projects. Next. The first one brought support to all African higher education institutions. This was done through assessing the preparedness of African universities through surveys, because the issue of COVID-19 was so sudden and no university was prepared. Also, high-level advocacy targeting African Ministry of Higher Education, partnering with regional research and education networks to advocate for investment in NRNs and improving campus infrastructure for teaching, learning, and research. Also, information dissemination, a special program through the AAU TV, and finally, training on remote teaching and learning online. So we associated all our tools to support our member universities. Next. Our support for higher education institutions in specific projects. And one specific project I will highlight is Africa Higher Education Centers for Development Impact, ACE Impact Project. They proceed with special webinars and training for 53 ACEs on strategies for implementing sustainable e-learning, partnering to provide access to quality educational resources for teaching online with, for example, Coursera, edX, and others. Partnering also to provide virtual training to nurture employability skills among students with IBM, for example. Restructuring the center work plans to accommodate resources to enable ACEs respond to the pandemic challenges. Finally, shining the light on ACEs involved in high-end research, development of tools for managing COVID-19 and supporting their countries to be more prepared. Next. All these are summarized on this slide. We started with surveys on African universities. This for assessing the preparedness of African universities to cope with COVID-19 disruption. Then we came to our main skill, which is advocacy. Come back, please. Advocacy, with high-level advocacy targeting African governments and telecommunication providers. Also, infrastructure, where we partnered with regional research and education network to address internet connectivity, brokering partnership. This consisted in identifying partners to support African universities quickly move their teaching online. And finally, hosting webinars and online workshops to train faculty how to teach online. And in this activity, the regional offices were also very well involved. Next, please. Finally, some example of African universities' response to COVID-19 consisted in Africa Centers of Excellence are involved in high-end research to find a cure for COVID-19. For example, ACGID in Nigeria and WACBIB in Ghana. African universities also design homegrown solutions to respond to the pandemic. For example, face masks and protective equipment, prototypes of ventilators, hand sanitizers, automated hand washing machines. Next. Next, please. Okay, so there is also room for potential areas of collaboration between the various universities of ACE Impact and other universities which are not part of ACE Impact. Projects to develop high-speed networks in African countries for digital learning, addressing inclusiveness and equity in higher education, hosting shared e-platform and e-infrastructure, training thousands of academics and students how to be successful online, research studies in the areas of emergency responses and digital teaching by higher education institutions. So, thank you, merci beaucoup, muito obrigado, and shukran.
Thank you very much, SG. So, Dr. Professor Mba.
Yeah, so we invite Professor Gulam and Professor Goski. Those are the two presentations.
Okay. Professor Goski, are you around?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then I think you'll be last. Rosky will be last. We invite.
Shall I go, Chair?
Yes, you can. Start.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, the President of AAU, the Secretary General, and all distinguished participants at this conference. First of all, let me thank the AAU for giving me this opportunity to participate in the conference and make this presentation on the consequences of COVID-19 for higher education in Africa. Next slide, please. Before I go to the consequences, I think it would be useful to take an overview of COVID-19 and its impact in Africa. Currently, by currently, I mean by 20th June 2021, that's the figures I had when I started preparing my slides. The total recorded cases of COVID-19 was 3.8 million, and 91,000 people had already died in Africa. The good news is that Africa is the region which has the least recorded number of cases in the world. But, and there's a big but there, I think the actual cases very likely may be significantly higher than the total recorded cases because of lack of testing facilities in many parts of Africa, especially in the rural areas. The worst affected countries seem to be South Africa, Egypt, and Ethiopia. If you look at South Africa, it's an alarming figure, 1.8 million cases out of a total of 3.8 million for the whole of the continent. And that's serious because we know that South Africa is so dynamic in its higher education sector. It attracts so many students from different African countries and so on. Egypt is the same thing. It attracts a lot of students as well. And South Africa and Egypt, the records show that they are the two countries which produce the largest amount of research in Africa. The largest number of scientific publications emanate really from South Africa and Egypt. Ethiopia is also a serious situation. And Ethiopia is serious in the sense that over the past 2 or 3 decades, Ethiopia has invested heavily in expanding its higher education sector by building so many universities and so on. And this could be seriously affected by the pandemic. Cases are still going on, they're surging. And the figures seem to show, and I'm quoting here WHO figures, that there's a 20% increase each week. And in most countries, the third wave is still already on. Vaccination was said to be the solution to the problem. Globally, about 2.5 billion people have been vaccinated, but when you look at Africa, only less than 1% of the totally globally vaccinated people have been in Africa. And vaccines are becoming extremely difficult to access as far as Africa is concerned. So after nearly 1.5 years, Africa is still seriously affected by the pandemic. The consequences of COVID-19 will be felt for many years, and everybody agrees that we're not over through the pandemic yet. It is going to continue for a few years to come. What are these consequences? First one is the obvious one, and this is that there will be reduced academic mobility. Students will be unable to travel to, for example, South Africa, which I mentioned just now, Egypt, Senegal, Ghana, also Makerere in Uganda, Nairobi in Kenya, and so on. These are countries, these are universities which receive large number of regional students. And without academic mobility, because of the pandemic, they will be affected. The second is that it will have an impact on regional institutional collaboration for postgraduate teaching and research promoted by the African Union Commission, to a large extent headed by the European Union, the World Bank, and the German DAD. Over the past 2 or 3 decades, these organizations have put in a lot of effort to promote postgraduate teaching and research in Africa through collaboration of universities, through mobility of faculty, through mobility of students. And there will be a consequence to these programs. The second major consequence is this implementing of remote teaching after the lockdown that we've heard about during the earlier presentations. Now, let me make it clear that when I talk about remote teaching, What I'm talking about is simply sharing lecture notes or recorded lectures, sharing e-materials and communication by emails and so on. This is what I call unplanned remote teaching. And Professor Healy mentioned about it in their survey. It comes out very clearly that the majority of institutions, what they did after the lockdown was immediately go for this remote teaching methodology. But that is not online learning. Online learning is very different. It uses an online platform. It uses materials prepared by professional instructional designers, and it uses pedagogically trained faculty. Many institutions which are using blended learning know about this, but unplanned remote teaching would result in very poor learning outcome and very poor quality of education. And unfortunately, the majority of institutions in Africa are resorting to this unplanned remote teaching. The science and technology students in all this online teaching or remote teaching are especially affected because they didn't have access to laboratories. And online assessment or examinations really pose challenges, and there are issues of teaching and fraud that have cropped up. And very recently, not just in Africa, but in other parts of the world as well, the effect of mental health of students is one other consequence that is coming up. This is because students for too long cannot stay at home and keep doing online learning. Other consequences, there will be inequities, there have been inequities resulting from online teaching because of digital divide between countries in Africa. Some have better ICT infrastructure than others. Digital divide between higher education institutions, even in the same country. Some are better equipped in online delivery than others, and digital divide among students within the same institutions very often. Urban versus rural, rich versus poor. Many have limited access to internet, and when they do have access, it's too costly, they cannot afford it. And many cannot afford to buy a laptop or to have desktop facilities at their home. They're just too poor for that. The impact on private institutions is another major consequence that we must bear in mind. They all are undergoing reduced enrollment. You look at most of the private institutions, they are being subjected to reduced enrollment of students because the students cannot pay the necessary fees. And they also have difficulty in attracting international students because mobility is difficult. Now we know that private institutions depend heavily on students' fees. And if they do not get sufficient students, if they do not have an income from fees, some may close down. And unlike public higher education institutions, private institutions, unfortunately, do not get the support from the state. Next slide, please. We've looked at teaching and learning. There will be consequences on research as well. First of all, research output will be reduced. After the lockdown, research projects got stalled, and many suspended their research because they could not get the necessary lab and field work. There are surveys which have been carried out in Nairobi. The results are available, which just shows how many of the research projects have not really been able to go through. Those who are undertaking PhDs, especially in science and technology, were also interrupted. Some had to redo the experiments, some had to start right from scratch, and others would take much longer time to complete their PhDs. And another issue that is cropping up is that priority is being given to COVID-related research. I think it's a good thing, and we've heard about it, of what we heard Professor Healy about what AAU has been doing. But the danger is that this will be at the expense of important development research, which will inevitably get neglected because you have that amount of money available for research. That's as far as research output is concerned. Funding of research as well will be affected. The economic situation in most African countries will lead to a reduction in funding of public higher education institutions. It's already happening. It's happening in my country, Mauritius. It's happening, I'm sure, in many other countries as well. And this will cause the research budget within the institution to be reduced. We know that in any higher education institutions, if you have to make a budget cut, the first line budget that goes is research, unfortunately. Then there's the funding for national research. That will suffer a cut as well. National Research Foundation in South Africa or the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council in Mauritius both have undergone cut as far as funding for research is concerned, the money that they get from government. And because of the global economic situation, funding from donor countries may also get affected and be reduced. And we know that the bulk of research in Africa is done through funding from external donor countries and donor institutions. And finally, a major consequence would be in an increase in graduate unemployment. Even before the pandemic, African countries were experiencing graduate unemployment. And to survive economically now, many private sector employers, many private institutions are being forced to lay off the staff. At the moment, the majority of the graduate students are finding employment in the private sector rather than the public sector, which is already saturated. And these private institutions are already laying off their staff. So you can imagine how can they absorb more graduates. So graduates will find it much harder now to find jobs. And large-scale graduate unemployment, we have seen it in North Africa, can lead to serious social unrest. Next slide, please. So what do we do? What steps can be taken to try and mitigate some of these consequences? First of all, I think institutions, higher education institutions, in resorting to online teaching or whatever form of e-learning that they are doing, they must make sure that the inequities that arise from this are minimized. Not easy, but they have to be very cautious and make double sure that there is as much reduced inequities as possible and that quality is maintained, because quality will be affected, can be affected. Secondly, governments should consider ways of assisting private higher education institutions. I know this doesn't sound very realistic, but there are, in some places, governments have in some ways, even in a small way, helped private institutions to survive during this pandemic. Because if they close, and we know that in Africa, a large number of private institutions exist, they play an extremely important role in the higher education sector. And if they close, this will have very serious consequences on the higher education sector generally. And African countries, as well as donor agencies, should ensure that research funding is maintained, as research is vital for Africa's development. And Dave Lennon's presentation on what Europe is doing, I think, was very refreshing, and it's good that at least Europe has realized this and is maintaining its effort in funding academic activities in Africa. COVID-related research, no doubt about it, it is important, but this should not be undertaken to the detriment of research in other priority areas. And higher education institutions should explore all possible avenues to assist in the employment of their graduates. I know many institutions have this attitude that, we provide the necessary training to the necessary education, higher education training to our students. It's up to them to find the employment. This is no longer on. I think higher education institutions must go out of their way to try and assist students in finding employment. And also, during their programs, encourage entrepreneurship. That has been said again and again, but it is time to do it now. And for future planning, regular surveys should be conducted. And I think AAU has already done it right at the beginning, and a lot of facts and figures came out of this, but this must be continuously done. Can I go back to this previous slide, please? We must have regular surveys, whether it is done nationally or regionally, to assess what exactly the impact of COVID-19 is on higher education in Africa. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. That's the last slide. Thank you. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll have with our last presentation by Professor Goski Alabi. Professor Alabi, can you?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Is the Secretariat sharing my slide, please? Thank you very much. I'm waiting for the Secretariat to share the slide. Okay. Hello, Prof. Chair, is Secretary?
Yes, yes, Secretary, please. Okay.
Okay, yes. So thank you very much. I wish to stand on all the established protocols and to thank very much the AAU for organizing this conference and also for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts on the future of African higher education post-COVID-19, which I was officially advised to present from the perspective of the experiences of Lawa Open University College. But I should also add that as the coordinator of the CISA subcluster on open distance and e-learning, I wish to bring the perspective of the CISA in Focus series that was conducted barely a month ago, in which we had some survey undertaking. And so to say that many of the issues that I'm going to be presenting right now are derived from the outcome of the CISA in Focus webinar series. So I identified a few key issues which I believe will play importantly going forward, considering COVID-19 and the experiences that we've had so far. So the first one would be ODEL, the new normal in higher education. We also will be looking at how STEM education, TVET and ODL are going to be affected in the new normal. We're also going to be looking at relevance of higher education from the perspective of work-based learning and competency-based assessments, among others. And of course, the recognition of prior learning and qualifications framework, internationalization. But we would situate quality assurance within the area of relevance. Next slide, please. So first and foremost, sifting through the available information, I came across this that was published by the World University News in June. And it said, the pandemic taught us one thing, that experiencing a real life campus is crucial for students and academic staff as well as administrators. However, moving forward, digitization will become an ever more important aspect of higher education. Now, so it is very clear, and all the earlier presentations have mentioned how we can transition to digital education and blended learning and entrench these practices because it is the new normal. It's not going to go away. But from research, we need policy that would encourage universities and colleges to establish outfits for ODL. Not that ODL is supposed to be departmentalized, but there must be outfits within the universities that would oversee the integration and also the entrenchment of these new practices into our universities. We also will be looking at the resources and investment in ODL. We cannot say we want to benefit from something or we want to entrench something without the needed investment in it. Already, we have seen that looking into the future, there are going to be a lot of funding cuts. Already, America has announced that it will cut funding to higher education, and it is a debate. It's happening in many parts of the world, and it will not be anything different for us in Africa. So how do we get our governments to invest in ODL? The issue about the divide, rural, urban, the haves and the not haves have been spoken about a lot. But I maintain that when we are interested in achieving something, and we are willing and committed to investing in it, we can always make a way. So the internet access is a key issue. The IT infrastructure is a key issue, but governments should be prepared to invest in IT. Our universities should be prepared to invest in IT. This is how we can really make it a reality. We also realize that techno-pedagogical capacity for academics is an area that needed a lot of attention. As we are aware, a lot of the faculty members were not prepared when the transition had to come on. And so it is time for us to focus on training our faculty and administrators in techno-pedagogical capacities. The other issue has to do with training and preparing students for self-centered learning and also for online learning. And the two are not the same, but we need to consciously prepare our students to be able to engage in both self-centered and online learning. Another thing that came up from the survey was e-library resources. Students really indicated that learning from home required that beyond the materials we have on the learning management system or platform, they also get access to e-learning. And in this respect, Lawa Open University was able to use local expertise to establish an e-library that can be accessed by students and faculty from anywhere in the world. And we have at the moment about 30,000 ebooks, and we'll be happy to share our experiences with other people. Another thing we found very important was the perceptual challenges to ODL. STEM education can be promoted. And when it comes to STEM education, we noted at the Lawa Open University College that our faculty members had difficulties in teaching the quantitative, mathematical oriented subjects until we bought certain devices for them that allows them to use as a whiteboard to actually teach the calculating subjects. We believe that it is the same for the other science and technology areas. But one of the good things that we also learned from some of our partners in Europe is that they are looking at setting up virtual and augmented reality laboratories that would allow, for example, a sharing of laboratory practice or experience that is being conducted in Germany with students in Africa. And it is important to mention that Mauritius, that has the highest gross enrollment ratio as of 2019 in Africa, with a tertiary gross enrollment ratio of about 40%, is a country that we can begin to learn from, because then they, from all the indications, have a system of recognizing prior learning and a qualifications framework that integrates that. Another thing that I would like to mention has to do with the work-based learning. Now, if we want to open access and really ensure inclusivity, then we should also be looking at work-based learning and also competency-based assessments. For a very long time, one of the concerns we have had, particularly with online education, is how to assess and examinations. But then examinations integrity does not only rely on invigilation and much of the experiences we are used to. It has come to time where we need to begin exploring other effective ways of assessment. And this would include some other practices that would build more confidence into assessing the learning outcomes of students in a more practical and relevant way. So work-based learning, competency-based assessment, oral examinations as is done at the Tanzanian Open University, and our collaboration, Lawa Open University's collaboration with them has shown how effective the oral examinations could be. In this during the lockdown, the examinations between Open University of Tanzania and Lawa Open University were mainly organized in an oral-based way. So we need also to interrogate that. Another form of quality assurance mechanism would be the proctoring systems and what kind of proctoring systems are available. For example, the Nigerian Open University uses the mail, just as we at Lawa Open University also uses the mail. What other proctoring systems are there to ensure the integrity of examinations? So these are some of the issues. I've already mentioned the qualifications framework. I now want to touch on internationalization. Again, open and distance education is teaching us that how do we call it? The transnational education is going to change significantly in the future. And there would be the need for more collaborations. There will also be a shift into hybrid instruction and dual degrees, twinning, and other collaborative arrangements. One of the good things we have done to shorten the learning curve for us at Lawe is that we have come into collaborations with institutions like edX. So we have an MOU with edX, which allows us to have access to their teaching materials, which have been standardized. And the arrangement, what they are calling the pathway arrangements with some of their universities, is that we at Lawa Open University, for example, have a collaboration with MIT, which is based on edX. So there is credit recognition and transfer that allows us to twine in a way so that students can take some credits at MIT, and then through the pathway agreement, we at Lawa will recognize those credits, and then they take the rest of the credits at Lawa Open University. This allows them to have an MSc from us or an MBA from us, and also get a micro master's from MIT. What we see in the future is that there's likely to be more of a shift towards the recognition of micro-credentialing, and we need to be ready for some of these shifts in internationalization. Again, we foresee a push towards international accreditation, and this is why the Continental Accreditation Framework for Africa needs to be taken very, very seriously, so we move it from the table to a real practical situation. We foresee a situation or anticipate a situation where AAU will play a very active role in the accreditation or certification of institutions that it recognizes on the continent to make AAU even more relevant and a stronger voice. So basically, these are some of the thoughts from a very practical point of view that I would want to share looking into the future with open distance and e-learning. Thank you so much. Merci, obrigado, and the last one.
Shukran. Shukran.
Shukran.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Goski Alabi. You are always on top of issues. So, I think these are the presentations, and we are ready now for questions. We should be short, with short answers so people can go. Ghana is just 7 o'clock, but other places it will be 8 or 9 or 10. Okay, so questions. Do you have some participants around Oh, everybody's gone. Okay. Yes.
Peter wants to ask a question, but he has to be unmuted. Peter Kebukola.
No, the person should unmute.
I think he has to be unmuted.
No, Chairman, that's not the procedure. You know, everybody's muted by the host or co-host.
Yeah.
And until the co-host unmutes you, there's no way you can, no matter how you
Okay,
try.
then the co-host.
So thank you, Gula. He has done so. Thank you very much, Gula.
Yeah.
You see, my challenge is when two secretaries general of AAU make a presentation. Who am I? I mean, I cannot open my mouth. With Gulam handing over to Olujagede, I mean, they have said it all. And with Professor Goski Alabi, a giant in this area, also speaking. But you see, I've been sitting here since 11 a.m. my time, and it's 8 o'clock. This is one of the most strenuous conferences I've attended. I hope tomorrow will be better. I want to appreciate the matter of quality assurance that came out from the presentation of Professor Goski Alabi and Gula. They talked about it because it's important, regardless of the delivery mode. Quality assurance is a major business in ensuring that we produce the kind of graduates that Africa wants. You see, I didn't hear a lot said about the impact of COVID-19 on higher education regarding quality assurance process. What has happened, ladies and gentlemen, is that you know you have to conduct physical visits or site visits. Egypt has taken a great leap in this. So just like Professor Jagede said, and Gulam also said, COVID-19 continues for a longer time. When your accreditation status expires, are you going to just sit down there and wait and allow your graduates to be half baked when they get out? No. So something has happened as a result of COVID-19, which is the virtual visits, virtual conduct of accreditation. The process it involves, well, don't let me go into all the details because the chairman and everybody is tired. So I didn't hear a lot of it. Yeah, you know, Professor Olujagede said, Peter Okuwa and his team are doing all the quality assurance. We have to do that. If we don't do that, take that process out of the equation. It's extremely important for us to continue to train people in quality assurance. That's what we're doing. And in fact, in our next module, we are going to be focusing on delivering the quality assuring within COVID-19 using the virtual environment. And Egypt has advanced a lot in this, and they are going to be part of our resource facilitation team. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how to unmute anybody here.
Yes, me.
No, you cannot. You only just tell them. Yeah.
Can I proceed?
Okay. Yeah, go on, please.
I've been unmuted. Thank you very much. I just wanted to commend the brilliant presentation. It's been so rewarding joining since morning. I just what Professor Alabi has presented is what modeling, investigating across the continent. We are not utilizing enough the cross-border education policy. More importantly, twining on the 2+2 or 2+3 for undergrad, as well as even at the postgraduate level. It is sad that most vice chancellors, rectors, and the provosts, they sign the MOUs, they sign the program agreement, and also that's all you hear about it. It is high time that we get into action and begin to see how we can domesticate, ensure that we, harvest the benefit, the untapped benefit. And then with COVID, we should be able to reorientate our psyche in terms of development effort, and then seeing it as an extra mile service for the nation, for the people, and for the continent. Very much.
Okay. Are you done? Yes. Yeah, unmute. We can hear you.
No, you can hear me.
Yes, yes, we can now.
I can?
Yeah, we can. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is the link between all these challenges you point out and the weakness of the job market in Africa. For me, if you have a very strong market and that is demanding of manpower, even if you badly train people inside the enterprise, they have to be well trained to the manners of the enterprise. And that is the case. Most of our students that travel to Europe, US, they get jobs very easily just because the market is there. When you would train people in Harvard and you put in a weakness, our weak market in Africa, he can't do anything. So this kind of relationship should be established. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, response now so that we can move to the last session.
Oh, there's
another session. Hello, can I say something, please?
Go on.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've been here since 7. I'm speaking from Namibia, University of Namibia. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be in this meeting. And we have had very, very comprehensive presentations. I'm just wondering, I know that conferences do have proceedings at the end, but I think the things that have been presented here are worth a book, a comprehensive book. And I don't know if there's already such an idea. I really think we have so much rich information here which can be turned into a book. I don't know what the plan is from the organizing committee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Samba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To respond to Professor Raquel, what we do is that after the presentations, we send all presentations for peer review. And then the selected ones are published in a special issue of AAU General Conference proceedings. We also have conference proceedings where key issues emanating from various sessions are presented, and then the communique, communique is presented at the end. So these are the books that we publish, but we don't publish everything. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but do you have all the presentations maybe online somewhere people can also go to read?
Yes, our technical team archiving all the presentations, which we made available online to all participants.
Okay.
But for the publication, that we have the seal and endorsement of AAU, they have to be peer reviewed. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Bag, you said there's another session.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That Professor Simpson is waiting. Okay. He is going to chair the last session.
Oh, okay. Then thank you very much. Let us first show appreciation to the presenters and also the participants who came around 11 o'clock GMT and have stayed up till now. We thank all of you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the presenters. We are now at the last lap. They said we should finish hard. That's plenary session 4. And we are considering some key African higher education initiatives. So Professor Simpson will be chairing this session, and we are going to have Professor Maria Luis Chikota Gibo, who is the president of SNAG in Mozambique, a president of African, and two other presentations, one from AAU and one from AUF. So, Professor Simpson, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I don't catch the name of those who have to speak. Please, can you?
Okay, so I will mention them to you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Those who be patient to participate to this last session. So without losing time, if you can introduce the first speaker to save time.
Okay, the first speaker is the president of African and the president of the Quality Assurance Agency of Mozambique, Professor Maria Luisa Chikote Agibo.
Thank you. You have the floor, Professor Maria.
Yes. Good night, everybody.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. I saw that there is no translation in Portuguese, but so you will apologize me for my English.
Yes, no problem.
Professor, you speak good English. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I am the new president of Guinea in Mozambique and the new president of Africa. My presentation will be informative about what we are doing in Africa. I will ask you to pass for the next slide, please. Yes, this is our summary about Africa, our mission and the objectives, membership activity carried out by Africa, activity planned for the 1921, key challenge and our perspectives. What is the Africa? In 2009, the Association of University African collaborated with the Global Initiative for Quality Assurance Capacity, launched the Africa Quality Assurance Network, Africa. It is a network for quality assurance practitioners in African higher education. This was our response to the Dodoma Declaration of April in Ghana that called for continent-wide network. The network is set up to provide assistance to institutions concerned with the quality assurance in higher education in Africa and to enhance quality the continent through collaboration with those institutions and other similar organizations in other continents. So what is our mission? As Africa, our mission is to promote the culture of quality assurance in higher education by providing the member of the Africa the comprehensive service and web network opportunity from different agents of quality assurance. Then collaboration linked with the agency, advising and sharing good practice, collaborating, facilitating research about the quality education in the different practice is our mission. So as objectives, The members of Africa are proposed to assist members of the network to articulate standards of institutions operating in the member countries, harmonizing of standards for quality. Elizabeth with the of Obria, we speak about the initiative of HAQUA. It's in this line of harmonization. And another objective, it's related to facilitate international recognition of qualification. It is important for mobility of students, of professional and researchers in Africa. And then the Africa has another objective related to promote the interest of Africa in other networks. We know that in Africa there is another agency, another network. Until now, or since now, we have about 23 members of Africa. There we have the full members and then associated member. The full members are quality assurance agents, and associate members are higher education institutions. There we have the urgency to mobilize the membership for Africa. And then we have two different fees for the members, and the associated member has UC. What activity are developed in the Africa? The Africa has a network, has been holding events every year, including workshop conference, the quality assurance for higher education workshops is a series of targeting vice chancellor. It involves chancellors, rector, chief executive officer, and regulatory agency. In this workshop, or the principal objective of this workshop is to sharing the best practice, and then including staff exchange, peer review, and institution reviews, among other kind of experience sharing. For this year, we are planning some activity, and this activity thinking about the context, or the new context of COVID-19. Africa and his impact, inviting all the participants in virtual on 29th of July, and the second workshop at 26th August. And these two workshops will be the preparation of the annual and general conference of Africa. For the workshop and even the conference, we will have the logistical support for from AAU. And once again, we will thank you, the Obria, for the support. As all institutions, Africa have some challenge. And then about this challenge, we are thinking some perspective. One of the most challenge is related of the higher education in general. It is related about lack of funds for Africa to stand on its feet, very low membership. And for that, we think that is needing to, we think to need to we need to think about the innovative ways of mobilize funds for Africa, and then to make the sensibilization of higher education institutions to become members and to give their contribution about the fees inscription. So I will thank you and apologize for my English. I was prepared to speak in Portuguese, but I tried to say something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Maria Luisa Lopez. Professor Mba, the next.
Merci beaucoup. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
The next speaker, Mr. Chair, is the manager of the African Higher Education Jobs Board Initiative, Mr. Frank Esefwa from the Association of African Universities.
Mr. Frank. Okay, Esefwa. Okay, yeah. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'll try and be as brief as possible so we could get on with it. I am presenting on the African Jobs Board platform. The Secretary General of AAU did a very wonderful job talking about it in his updates, and we'll just shed more light on it in order to get it clarified. Next slide, please.
Please magnify it, magnify it.
So the African Jobs Board has been built to help higher education institutions across the continent to advertise their academic and professional services roles in their institutions. Some institutions we talked to earlier when we did a market survey mentioned that many of them had some specialist roles that they were finding it very difficult in order to fill. Some also use jobs boards, and some of them are not focused on academia. Some of them are not helping them reap the benefits as well as the value for money that they put in. The jobs board is also developed in order to help institutions get higher caliber candidates, which would help them to get more choice when they are filling roles for their institution. Next slide, please. So the main aim of the African Jobs Board is to increase academic mobility on the continent by providing professional service roles within Africa, and to help the continental recruitment of the institutions which are in Africa, which are focused on higher education. Next slide, please. So there are four main objectives of the project, which is to post academic and non-academic jobs in the universities and higher education institutions across the continent, and to help to promote and retain the exceptional talent that we have within the continent. This project would also help us to generate insight into the job market in Africa, how it is going, and be able to generate some insights that will be beneficial to many institutions as well as many people. The added objective was to create a career advice section where job seekers can find information which would help them to sharpen their skills when they are applying for jobs, as we know have difficulties in some processes when they are applying for jobs. There are three main partners, as the Secretary General mentioned earlier, which is the AAU, Warwick Employment Group, and Education Sub-Saharan Africa. Next slide, please. So the African Jobs Board gives you so many benefits. Just three of them one of them is helping you to improve your institution with exceptional African talent, which would help to boost your institution, because the human resources that you have, the higher quality they are, it reflects on your students and reflects on your institution. It also helps to assist in educating tomorrow's thinkers or leaders, because they would also be able to make some decisions based on the statistics and the information that will be on the jobs board. It was also helped or created by the African Jobs Board to benefit the entire education system of the continent, because by leveraging this platform and creating this platform, it would help to create standards between the universities in Africa, and which would help them in order to be able to grow as a collective group and higher education in Africa will be able to put on its cloth, as we say. Next, please. Next slide. So the Jobs Board was launched in December 2020 as the first website on the continent which serves exclusively job vacancies which are targeted at higher education institutions across the continent. It also offers the opportunities for PhDs, which are paid for, and career advice content and country profiles to be placed in order to assist mobility. Because when someone is moving from one part of the continent to another, they would need to know a bit about the country in order to be able to seamlessly endear themselves into that culture. The website is also created to increase the visibility of higher education jobs on the continent, creating one platform where all these are retained, which would be able to help to retain the talent on Africa and help create academic mobility between the institutions in Africa, which would serve a longer purpose. These are just some of the statistics we gained since launch. There's even some, but I wanted to give you an idea on the current ones. So since inception, we've posted 606 jobs. There are over 197 profiles of institutions on the website, mainly educational institutions. Then there are 8,400 plus users who visit the site regularly. There has been a combined number of 953 applications on these jobs that have been posted on the Jobs Board. The number of sessions or the number of times people visit the site has been chalked at over 12,500. Now, the number of pages that are on the platform that has been viewed by the viewers or the users is over 31,000, almost 32,000. So that shows that we provide you the better value for money, because your adverts will be seen by people who are really looking at moving into higher education institutions across the continent. Next slide, please. Currently, the Jobs Board is free to use for all higher education institutions on the African continent. As long as you are related to education in any manner, you can use the African Jobs Board. This promo was chalked at September 2021. It's up for review, however. But when this promo ends, each advertisement on the African Jobs Board platform would cost just $30 in order to get this number of eyeballs onto your jobs. And when we looked at the market, we realized that this is a very cost-effective plan that you can have. And it really concentrates the efforts on higher education jobs, as well as people who are interested in moving into higher education jobs. The next slide, please. So the Jobs Board is live, is active. You just need to type in your browser Africa.edujobs.com, and you get to see all the latest jobs over there. And the number of they keep rotating as time goes on, as we keep posting in there. If you have any queries, if you have any questions, if you want more information, or you want to post your job but you're finding it difficult, you can just reach out to me at f@aau.org, and I'll be glad to talk to your head of recruitment or those who are in charge of bringing people onto the platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Prof. Mba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last presenter for the day, but certainly not the least, is Madam Ida C. Wonyu, the AUF Regional Director based in Cameroon, and she'll be talking on the topic, promoting research, innovation, and digital culture in Central African region. Ms. Ida, please.
Please.
Ida. If Ida is not there, then Mr. Chair, we can round up.
Okay, so it's time for questions and comments. So who have some questions and comments, you have the floor.
Professor Peter Okebuka.
Yeah, Professor Peter.
You are muted, sir.
Prof. Peter, yeah, he's muted.
The host has to unmute me. Well, I want to advise everybody not to ask any question because the day is past spent. I authorized the last speaker not to come. The last speaker asked not to come. So, actually, I've enjoyed thoroughly this session. Thank you very much.
Okay.
What is your question, Professor Peter? What is your question?
I agree with you.
I've answered you, but Professor Simpson, I've answered you. I said no question. Don't allow anybody to ask any question. 9 o'clock in Nigeria. 9 o'clock in Nigeria. My backside is paining me. My backside is paining me.
I agree with you.
Okay. So far, those who have some questions. Professor Paul?
Omaj, yes, please. Thank you very much. Look, I'm going back to the presentations that Professor Olujegede made and Professor Alabi. As Peter Kibukala emphasized, there's a lot of reference to quality assurance. And this COVID-19 actually opened my eyes to see a lot of things because when most of the universities shut down in Nigeria, we continued online. And then what I did then was to get all the lecturers to include me on the platforms that they used in teaching.
Yes.
So I had the opportunity of listening to their lectures.
Sure.
My God. In a number of cases, I had to call the deans of those lecturers. Now, look,
yes.
There's a need for quality assurance.
Absolutely.
So, the question that and Peter, you can help us here. When we have trained people on quality assurance, how do we translate the training into the classrooms?
Yes.
I'm very concerned about that.
Yeah, I'm going to answer you right away. For a whole 1 month, yes. From 31st of May, tomorrow is our virtual graduation. Every yes. day for a whole 1 month. Yes. You know, the director of quality assurance all over the Nigerian university system, NUC people, you know, because we set up a virtual institute for capacity building in higher education. That's our first module. Yes. So the next thing, vice chancellors, we had about 20 vice chancellors participate fully in the training. 1 month, every day. Wow. Yes. So yeah. So we're going on. Excuse me.
My own staff participated, and I'm so proud of it.
Ask them about the rigor. Ask them about the rigor. And we will have several stages like that. So it's important that this kind of training is carried out, and then we are following up, not just theory. We are following them up for practice.
That's good.
So that's the answer to your question. We are following up for practice.
Exactly. Yeah. And see, Professor Jegede, you made a reference to a quotation in 1980 about how dangerous it could be for teachers to be unmotivated, to be immoral, and we can still see those challenges today. So something is not right in the way that we have been bringing up lecturers to train our children. When I listened to some of these lecturers, during our COVID-19 shutdown, I was wondering, how are these people molding the next generation of leaders for Africa? So I don't know.
Yeah, but you are the pastor. Are you not a motivational speaker? You answered the thing yourself. You are a motivational speaker. Do this man.
We'll do the best we can to make sure that we overcome some of these challenges. But they are so real. The issues are so real, and quality assurance, I mean, we cannot run away from it. Thank you, sir.
Professor Olusola. Yeah,
yes, thank you very much. I just want to make a contribution to the first speaker who spoke on African. Professor Kebukala will recollect that African was first.
We lose him. Jonathan.
We lost Professor Yewole. We lost.
He's not.
Also, Yewole, we have lost you.
He is tired. Leave him alone.
Mr. Chair, continue around.
Okay, but I didn't see any other. No other
one. Thank you. Good night.
We didn't hear you, Prof.
Prof.
I think good night. Let us end it up there. Thank you.
Chairman, round up. We're tired.
We are tired.
What is your question, Professor Ako?
Please round up. I don't have any question to ask.
Prof. Mba, I give you back the floor.
Professor Ako is still there.
Yes.
I'm still alive.
Professor Ako, check your email today.
Okay,
I will.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Professor
Simpson, thank you all. I can see we have more than 100 participants on this call.
Prof. Before closing, let me give information to AAU organizers, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let them know that as it's too late today, it will be better tomorrow to meet at 10 a.m. prompt.
Okay, colleagues, please take note.
Instead of
8:30,
please.
Thank you, sir. So,
Thank
colleagues,
you, that's
take
all.
note.
Thank you. That's very
Prof.
considerate.
Yeah. So, colleagues, take note. We are meeting at 10 in the morning tomorrow.
10.
So, colleagues, thank you very much for your time, for the active participation. It has been very interesting, but tedious. Tomorrow will be very exciting, and we promise that we will not waste too much time. Indeed, some of the presentations that are coming tomorrow will be very, very interesting. Professor Kebukola will be presenting on financing higher education, and very important speakers are going to feature tomorrow, including Dr. Beatrice Njenga, former head of division of African Union, who is now the Deputy Vice Chancellor of a university in Kenya. And then the Executive Director of WASCAL, Professor Mumini Savadogo.
He's a doctor.
Okay, Dr. Savadogo will be giving a presentation. So we hope the presentation on sustainable development goals and the financing higher education will be very interesting as we move forward with our conference. On that note, Mr. Chair and participants, thank you very much and have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Well done, everybody.
Yes, thank you.